the working world in the next year or in 2 years' time, right? Understand that you guys are either second year or final year students here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're all trying to achieve here today is that you want to have an additional benefit compared to all the other guys who are not here or who are not certified. So imagine next time if you go for a job interview or when you go, when you meet your potential employers, now you will show, yeah, I've got my degree, everybody has it, fantastic. One way you can win over all the other guys is that, hey, I've got something extra as well. Okay? Now, and the skills that you are going to pick up, you don't really have to wait until you graduate or you find a job to use it. You can actually use it now after you pick it up, right? Now, I'll explain much later how you can use it. I've taught in another uni before, okay? And this bunch of students, even though they have not graduated, right? But they know the skill, how to do digital marketing, how to advertise online. Being students that can think out of the box, now, they actually, some of them are very hardworking. They have their own side businesses. They are maybe freelance photographers, or they help out in their parents' businesses, or they help out in their relatives' businesses. So after picking up this skill, what some of them did was they actually help whatever they are doing themselves or their own family businesses. Okay, so they use their skill to promote their own family businesses. Or in some cases whereby these students they were freelancing doing wedding photography. So they actually promoted their wedding photography services using what they know. Okay. So what I'm saying is that the skills that you're learning here today is something is very actionable, okay, very applicable. Okay. So do please pay attention. Now your objective is very simple for the next few days or next 3 weeks at least. Absorb as much as you can. Objective is pass all the exams to get certified. Alright? The key thing is you want to get certified, right? Once you get certified, then you act upon it. Do the projects, test things out, experiment things. Okay. Now, my advice also is this: learning is one thing. After you pick up a skill, you must do it. Okay? You must act upon it. Okay. Now, I hope, based on what I'm saying, this is something that you're looking forward to. Okay, something that you're looking forward to pick it up and ace it up. Right. Okay. Guys, have had no problem hearing me, Okay. Let me start my first slide. Okay. Now, what I'll be doing today are the fundamentals. Okay. The fundamentals of online advertising, the fundamentals of AdWords. Okay. AdWords is a platform by Google where we use it to show advertisements online. Right. Now, let me first explain why do people actually advertise online? Why do we want to advertise online? What's the benefit of advertising and using Google AdWords to advertise online? Now, when we advertise online, we really want to reach people at the precise moment. Okay, we want to be in front of people. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, any of you, since you're all marketing guys, any of you guys done jobs doing cold calling or not? Cold calling. Do you know what's cold calling? Pick up the phone and call people, call strangers up. Telemarketers, yeah, telemarketers job. Anyone tried that before? Not many, but can you imagine what it's like to be a telemarketer? Can you imagine? A lot of rejections, right? Face must be very thick, isn't it? Okay. Do you want to do such thing when you graduate next time? I can tell you some marketing jobs, even for big firms also, sometimes your first job you're going to call strangers, or sales job sometimes, right? Not easy to do, right? So what I'm trying to say is that it's a real situation whereby I've got salespeople, okay, in a different industry, whereby they try to get a meeting with a company by doing cold calling. Now, all of us know cold calling rate, success rate is going to be very low. Out of 10 people you call, you maybe get 1 appointment maybe, or 0 appointment, right? Now, if you keep calling and they don't get, you don't get the appointment, it's going to be very frustrating. Now, when we advertise online, okay, when we advertise online, it's a slightly different scenario. Now, what do you guys do when you face a problem? What do you do? Google it, right? You Google it, right? Okay, so this exactly happened to one of the one of the customers. When they were in trouble or when they have a problem that they cannot solve, they Google it. Okay, so they Google their whatever problem that they're having. When they Google, when they put the search term into the box and say, hey, this is what I'm facing, click enter, and obviously you get all your results out. Now, my advertisement was one of the results there that says, hey, you're facing this problem, call me. All right, so that's what I mean. I am there when that person is having a problem. I'm there at the right place at the right time. Okay, so it's very powerful, I can tell you. If you are having a problem and I am there, I show my advertisement there, very high chance you will sure call me. Not only will you call me, you will also quickly make an appointment with me just to get the problem solved. Right? So that's what I mean by reaching people at the precise moment. Okay, it's very powerful. So rather than me doing cold calls to people, people are actually seeing my advertisement and calling me instead. Okay, so from a business point of view, it does help in terms of getting new customers that is in need. Okay. Second benefit, all right? Now, when we do online advertising, we have better control of our budgets. We have better control of how we run our campaigns. Okay. Now, I'm just comparing it with traditional way of running advertising campaign. Okay. When you run traditional advertising campaign, your budget has to be a little bit more significant. Right? So let's say, for example, you want to advertise, let's say in the newspaper, okay, in the newspaper. How much do you think to advertise on, not the front page, inner pages of let's say, one of the national papers? How much do you think it will cost? 20K, right? And then, don't know, is it whole Malaysia or just Klang Valley, right? You spend 20K and you're just blasting it out to everybody who buys the newspaper. Okay, so you need a significant amount of budget in order to advertise in traditional media, right? You advertise on the TV, newspaper, billboards, you need a significant amount of budget. Now, when we advertise online, okay, I can start advertising online with a very minimal budget. Even with just like $50 a day, I can do that. Or I can even do $200 a month, I can. Okay, so it's very different. And I can control my budget daily as well. So let's say today I can spend 50 ringgit for my advertising. Tomorrow I feel like, hey, I'm getting my results. I'm going to spend more tomorrow because I'm getting good results. So I can increase it to 100 ringgit tomorrow. So it's very flexible, okay, in terms of budgeting, right, compared to the traditional method. Now, when I advertise online, I can target very specifically. Right, and specific targets certain locations, for example. Okay, when I do online marketing, when I do digital marketing online, I can say that, hey, I only want people around Selangor, in Selangor only, to be able to see my advertisement. I can do that. Okay, I can say that, hey, I want the whole country to see it, I can. Or let's say I'm trying to get Singapore customers, I can say that, hey, I want to advertise in Singapore, not anywhere else but just in Singapore. I can do that. So I can actually do very specific location targeting as well, okay, when I do online campaigns. And the beauty is this as well. I can target, let's say, Selangor today, and then I change my mind and say, hey, I think let's try Johor tomorrow. I can do all this just by going into the interface and just submit and just click a button, and all these settings are all just changed automatically. Okay. So I can target by location. I can even target based on languages. Okay. So let's say I want to target people who speak Japanese only. I can target that, right? It's one of the settings in the system. I say, hey, I only want to target Japanese speaking guys. And I just click another button, option there again. Only all the Japanese language guys will be able to see my advertisement. Okay, so I can target by language, by location. I can also target by time as well. Right? So let's say, for example, if I run a business only Monday to Friday and I do not want my advertisement to appear on Saturday and Sunday, I can also control all these elements. Okay? Okay, I can say that, hey, my advertisement only comes out Monday to Friday, only comes out from 9 to 5. Okay, because evening I don't open my restaurant. I don't do my restaurant in the evening maybe. Okay, I can do all these controls of timing as well. Or let's say if I am a pizza shop and I say that, hey, I want to only advertise just before lunch, right? I want to advertise just from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. I can do all this targeting as well if you're online. Now try doing that with the traditional way of dropping leaflets. Okay, yeah, you can send those guys out to give leaflets, but quite troublesome, right? Compared to digital, I just go into the dashboard, I just click a button, I can control when and where my advertisement will appear. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is that when we do digital, it's different in the sense that we have a lot of control of a lot of things, from budgeting, from location, from languages, from timing, okay, even up to level of devices as well. Okay, I want to target you guys who are just on your laptop now because you're not supposed to see your mobile. So I can also do this type of targeting. I only want to target people who are opening their laptops now. Or I can say that I just want to advertise to those guys who are on their mobile. Okay. So lots of targeting there. Now, third benefit. Hopefully you still remember the first benefit. Can you remember the first one or not? Can, precise timing, be at the right place, right time. Now, third benefit. Okay, third benefit. Now, when we advertise online, it's very measurable. Okay, that means I can know what happens along the journey. Okay, from the point when anyone does their search, putting a search into the search bar. Okay, up to the point they see the advertisement. People, when they see advertisement, what do? They click on it, right? When they click on it, they go to a site. Correct? When they go to the site, then they will do something. Maybe they will buy something, for example. Okay? Now, from the point when they key in the search keyword, up to the point they buy something, all these are all trackable. Okay? Digitally, I can measure how many people saw my advertisement, how many people who saw my advertisement click on it, how many people who came to my website. Now, where do they come from? Are they from PJ? Are they from KL? Are they from JB? Or are they from out of the country? I can measure all these things and I know. Okay? And when they come to my website, do they buy or not? Or do they just go away? All this I know. Digitally, I can measure all these things. Okay? Now, because I can measure all these things, I know my investment into digital, okay, which is my advertisement cost, how much am I spending, and because I also can track my sales online, I will know how much am I making because of my action of advertising online. Okay, I can measure all this. Now compare this to traditional method. Okay, you put your billboard advertisements, you put your TV advertisements. Now, how would you know it's effective or not? Okay, so let's say if a purchase or a sale is done, how do you know? Is it because of the TV advertisement, or is it because of the print advertisement, or is it because of the billboard? Not so easy to measure, isn't it, traditionally, right? Traditional way how they measure is they will just go in and maybe call in a survey, do a focus group, right? And then to find out, hey, which is effective, which channels are effective, okay? Now for online, everything is all presented in my dashboard, which I can just see on my notebook. I will straight away know what is effective. And the beauty of this is this. I can launch a campaign today, right? Immediately I launch a campaign, it goes out, I can immediately get the feedback as well. Even the same day, or let's say in tomorrow, right? And because of this feedback, I can take action almost immediately, right? So I say, for example, I launch a campaign, I make some sales, and then tomorrow I say, hey, not bad. I can actually tweak my campaign, I can actually improve my campaign, and then launch it up again very fast. Okay? Even I can do it within the same day or the next day. Compare that to doing traditional. Okay? You don't get this type of feedback that fast. Right? So imagine if you have to do print, you need to get your print ad out. By the time you want to do a survey whether the print ad is effective or not in bringing back sales to the business, it's easily going to be a couple of weeks, isn't it? Then by the time you think what to do the next round, the loop for traditional is going to be very long. Okay? Compared to online, the feedback loop is going to be very fast. Okay, so that's one of the benefits of doing digital. It's measurable, not easy because it's measurable, it's quite immediate as well, the feedback of it. And because of that, we can make a decision very fast. Okay? So far so good? Anyone got questions can ask one, right? Feel free to ask. Otherwise I'll be very thirsty. Okay. Alright, now, another benefit. When we use online tools like Google AdWords, now, it's easy to manage campaigns as well. Okay, there's a tool to manage campaigns. All right. Now, what we'll be doing a lot for the next couple of days is that we'll use this tool called Google AdWords. All right, to explore how it's used to advertise online. Okay. Now, AdWords is one of the tools, and there are many other tools to support Google AdWords as well. It's so flexible is that agencies, advertising agencies, we are using it. Okay, we are using Google AdWords to do our online advertising, and we have something what we call My Client Center. Okay, to even manage all these AdWords accounts. Okay, so what is a My Client Center? Let's say for example, if you are an agency, you probably have what we call a My Client Center. Companies will have AdWords account as well. Every company will have their own AdWords account because that's where that account will be used to spend money to do the advertisements. Agencies will have what we call a My Client Center to manage all these AdWords account. So let's say in future, if you guys were to work for an agency, you will probably get what they call a My Client Center, okay, to manage all your clients, which is the corporates, their AdWords account, right? Now, if you were to end up one day to work with a client, a corporate, not an agency, you also may have your own AdWords account to do online advertising. Okay. Now, when all of you guys have a Google AdWords account, right? Okay, and I'm sure by now, or if not, at least by end of the day, you need to have your Google Partners account activated and do the affiliate process part. All right. So do those things as well, at least by the end of today. If not sure, end of session, please ask how to do all these things. Okay. Now, in addition to this, I want everybody also to make sure you need to open your AdWords account. Okay, I'll show you in a while, in the process later on, how you open your AdWords account. Okay. You need to see the dashboard, have a feel of it, then you learn faster. Okay. Okay. Now, there will be a lot of theory first, okay, before we even get to see the AdWords platform, all right? Now, the reason for a lot of theory is very simple, I can tell you. To use the platform to set up a campaign is not difficult. Even a lot of advertisers or a lot of corporates, they can actually do it, set up a campaign in less than 10 minutes, okay? Now, the problem is this, those guys who run advertising campaign in less than 10 minutes, who doesn't have the foundation, can lose money, can waste a lot of money. I am one of those guys. When we first started, I lost a lot of money advertising because I don't know my foundation, right? Technically, I know how to do it, but strategy-wise, best practice-wise, I wasn't that good yet at that time, right? So I have my own client base as well. I help the client asked me, hey, do you know how to advertise online or not? I was saying, shouldn't be a problem, documentations are all there, right? So I said, no problem, I know how to advertise online, okay? So took in the project, used the system to advertise, but didn't get the results that I wanted, mainly because technically I know how, but strategically I wasn't good at the foundation basis. So the reason for the next 1 hour is really to strengthen the foundation first, okay? So that when you want to run the platform, at least you know the best practices. You know the theory behind it. Hey, why am I doing this and why am I doing that? Okay? So you don't structure things wrongly. When you structure things wrongly, like I say, you end up losing a lot of money. Not only for yourself, but maybe for your clients. You burst the budget if you don't do it properly. Okay? Okay, now let's start with the first, the basics first. The basics first. What is the Google Advertising Networks? Now, under the network, basically there are only two main networks under Google Advertising Network. There is the Google network, and then there is the display network. Okay. Now, how many of you have used Google before? All should use, Just want to make sure, just want to make sure you know where to use Google. Okay. Now, when you go to google.com or google.com.my, that is part of the search network. Okay? You are searching. Okay. Now, whenever I talk about search network, you always will see a search bar there, right? Anytime you see a search bar there, it's considered part of the search network. Okay. So when you go google.com.my or google.com.sg or any of the Google properties, okay, those are part of the search network. Okay. Now, the next portion of the network is what we call the display network. Okay. Now, the display network are actually a group of websites, okay, that are actually participating with the Google Display Network, and they have advertisements inside there. So let's say, for example, when you visit the Star Online, okay, some of the inner pages you see advertisement inside there. Okay, they are actually part of the Google Display Network. Okay, so it could be publishing websites, it could be your blogs, basically any website who participate in a specific what they call the Google AdSense program. They will be part of the display network. Okay, so search is what you see every day when you do your google.com.my or google.com. You have a bar there. The display is basically a site. There's content, and you see advertisement inside there. Okay, that is the display network. I'll show some examples in a while as well. Now, under the search network, okay, you see here there's something called Search Partners Network. Okay, now Search Partner Network is a subgroup of search network. Okay, now who are the search partners network? Google Maps, okay, Google Groups, portals like Virgin or like AOL. Okay, those are Google partners. Okay, now in Malaysia, we don't really have that many Google partners like AOL like that. So most of the time when we advertise, we are actually just really advertising on the search network. Okay, that means the google.com.my. Okay, most of the time when we advertise the time. Or if you want to advertise in Google Maps, you're actually advertising on the search partner network. Okay. Should be familiar with this page, right? This is part of the Google Search Network. Now, this is what you call after when you key in a search term. Okay. Now, I need to get some terminology correct first, because in exam it's important on your terminology. Now, when you key in something into the what we call the search bar, okay, you know search bar, the bar at the top there. The word you key into the search bar is called search term. Okay, search term. So get used to it. That is called the search term, right? I know a lot of us, or some of us, refer it as keyword, but the right terminology to use is search term. Okay, in exams, there is a difference between search term and keyword. All right. So when the exam says search term, they mean this text that you enter into the search bar, search term. Okay. Now, when you enter a search term into Google, you hit enter, you'll see a page like that. This page is called Search Engine Result Page. Okay, Search Engine Results Page. Some people call it SERP for short, S-E-R-P. Okay, Search Engine Results Page. The reason I'm telling you this, not just because for exam purposes, but when you go out, all these are the terminologies that the industry uses. Okay. Now, so you know the search term, you know the search engine result page. Now, when you look at the result page, there are two types of results on the page there. One are what we call the paid ads, all right? Paid ads. Those are what we are trying to do today, using Google AdWords to put our advertising on this page here, all right? So those are paid ads. Now, another portion. Okay, these are the paid ads. Now, the other portion that you see below the paid ads here, are what we call organic results. Okay, organic results. Or some people call it natural results as well. Okay, so there's paid results and there are organic results. Do you come again? Paid, P-A-I-D, okay, P-A-I-D, paid results, and organic, O-R-G-A-N-I-C, okay, organic results. Now, I know you guys use Google almost every day, but do you realize, can you differentiate which one are the advertisements and which one are not the advertisements? Can, very obvious, right? Because they put the word ad there. Okay, I think all of us here are pretty good, are pretty smart. But I can tell you, I've met people, okay? I've met people who actually tell me that, hey, your business must be really good on what you're doing, because when I key in this specific term, I see your company being at the top of the page, right? Now the reason why I can be at the top of the page was it was an advertisement, okay? But this particular client didn't know it was an advertisement, thought it was a organic result, okay? Because it was just on the left-hand side of the screen, which is the same side of the organic listing. Okay, so not everybody will know it's an ad. Okay, I think maybe the older generation may think that it's, hey, everything's the same. Okay, so there are advantages why we do paid advertisement as well. The perception that people say that, hey, you must be good, right? But actually it's advertisement, right? So first thing is, know what is a paid result, what is an organic result. Now, if you go in the industry today, right, if you hear the word SEO, search engine optimization, that is a skill to optimize your website to be at the organic listing. Okay, that is called SEO. Now, today we are not learning about SEO. All right, SEO has very different, it's a very different skill sets. It's very different things that you need to do. Okay, what we are learning here today is how do we do paid advertising, all right, to get our advertisement onto this page here, right? So what we're doing is called pay per click, right? So pay per click is PPC, all right? Why do we call it pay per click? Any idea? Once you click on it, you pay. Not you pay lah, the advertiser pay, right? If I would advertise something on the results page, any of you guys were to click on it, I got to pay, let's say 20 cents or $1 or sometimes even $2 for that one single click. Okay, so that's what they meant by pay per click. PPC, yeah. Now, this is just an example that we can also advertise on Google Maps, right? If you have to key in a specific term on the Google Map, I can show advertisement there as well. Okay, so in this example, someone keyed pizza and a pizza advertisement came out in Google Maps. But I think how many of you guys actually key in a term in Google Maps? Most of us key in what? Address, right? Address, right? Huh? So that's the reason why we don't really see that many advertisements sometimes. We probably see a lot of advertisements more on the normal search network, your google.com.my. Now this one is an example of a publisher website. All right, I'm showing you this to illustrate that, hey, this is a site that has participated in one of the Google programs and it is showing advertisement. Okay, so let's say if I want to put my advertisement on this website, I can do it via Google AdWords. Okay, and this site is part of the display network. All right, you got to very fast identify, hey, is this search network or is this display network? Okay, exam questions will ask you all these things, right? Okay, once you know differentiate, this is a search or this is a display, automatically you know to answer the questions already. All right, so very simple to identify whether it's search or not. If there's a search bar there, or if they say search, quite likely it's a search network. Okay, if it's a site seeing pages like that, quite likely it's going to be part of the display network. Okay, now how many of you guys here got blogs or you own a blog? Got not? No bloggers here. Too busy studying, cannot start a blog yet. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, but let's say if you have a blog, all right, Hey, bloggers can make money, not bloggers these days. Okay, these days Instagrammers maybe, but bloggers also can make money, all right? If you have a website, all right, if you have a website, and let's say your website is very interesting, a lot of people visiting it, okay, which means you have a lot of traffic, okay, a lot of traffic. Traffic is worth money, okay? So let's say you have a lot of traffic, you have a lot of people visiting your website, your blog, and you want to make some money out of it. What can you do? Okay, one way, the hard way is, you can knock on the corporates and say, hey, want to advertise my website or not? You give me X amount of dollars, I put your banner there. Okay, you can do that, right? You can just go to any companies or go to the restaurant, a neighborhood restaurant. I think Cyberjaya here also quite a few restaurants there. You know, if you have a blog and all the students here visits their blog every day, you can actually knock on the door of the restaurants around here, say want to advertise or not, right? But that's a hard way. Now the easy way is, Google has this program called AdSense. Okay, you join AdSense program, automatically advertisement will appear on your blog or on your website. Anyone who click on the advertisement on your blog or your website, you make you make some money after every click, right? So that is the AdSense program. Okay, now there are millions of websites outside there who are part of this AdSense program. Okay, so that allows us as advertisers to advertise on all these websites. The Google Display Network actually can cover up to 83% of the internet population. So the reach is very wide. So let's say if today, if I want to advertise in the Star Online, I can also do it via the Google AdWords. Okay, because Star Online is also part of the Google Display Network. Right? So by now, you know what's the Google Display Network, right? If you've got a very good blog that has a lot of traffic, you know what to do as well? Join AdSense program, right? So other advertisers can advertise on your website. You can do that as well. So key thing is, know what is Google Display Network, know what is Google Search Network. Quick question, Gmail. Gmail is part of the network as well. Is it the search network or the display network? Display, right? Cool, you guys got it. But you see the ads in the Google display, I mean your Gmail, do you pay attention to it? No, it's called banner blindness, right? You just read your email only, right? So there's a term for that. Okay, another place you can do advertisements is in YouTube as well. Okay, it's in YouTube. If you have watched YouTube, sometimes you will see advertisements or videos being played, right? Before the video that you want to watch, right? You will see a video advertisement. Okay, now YouTube is also part of the display network. Okay. So in YouTube video, let's say after 5 seconds it doesn't excite you, you can always skip and go to watch the actual video. If they skip, then you don't. There's a certain duration, okay, whereby if you don't watch up to a certain duration, you don't have to pay for it, right? Okay, more theories, more terminology to learn. Okay, now Google is where Google is today is because they are very strong in their algorithms, in their codes, right? Now, just need to understand a little bit how all these things works, okay, especially when it comes to paid advertisement. Now, each time when we enter a search term into the search box, right, as an advertiser, or to all the advertisers, there is an auction actually happening real time. Okay, there's a real time bidding process. Why? On the first page of your results page, you can only see about 11 advertisers, right? 3 at the top on the left hand side, 8 on the right hand side here, right? So you probably see about 8 advertisers. So what I mean is this, there's only 8 spots available, okay? Now if the keyword that you want to bid or buy, if there's only 2 advertisers buying or bidding for it, then not so competitive, very high chance you'll be the first page, right? If there's only 2 advertisers. But what if there are more than 10 or 11 advertisers? What if there are 20 advertisers? How does Google decide who gets to be number 1, number 2, number 3, and so forth? Right? So I'm sure there are some rules to it, okay, to determine all this, okay, to qualify that, hey, you should be number 1, you should be number 2, okay? So those are what we call positions, all right? Positions means number 1, number 2, number 3, okay? So you got to understand what is a position, right? Position 1, position 2, and so forth. Now, how many of you guys, when you do a search, you all go to the second page as well? No, very rare. Waste time, So, very true. A lot of people, when we do a search, we will find what we want on the first page already, right? Same for advertisement as well. If you are not on the first page, when you advertise, you may not get that much traffic. You may not get your customers to go to your website, okay? So, you want to be on the first page, okay? Not only just on the first page, if possible, try to be at the top as well, okay? So, what I'm teaching you is to not only just to advertise, I'm also going to teach you how to be on the first page and how to be at the top as well. I can tell you even digital agencies, not all of them know how to do this as well if they don't learn the basics. Okay? If they don't know the foundation, they can be at the top, but it will cost them money. Okay? But I can teach you how to do it effectively. You can be at the top number 1, but you still pay less than the number 4 guy. Right? So, that's why I said these are good skills to have. So, again to reiterate, 1, 2, 3 here, 4 up to all the way 8 results here. These are called positions. Right? So, position-wise, if it's on the left-hand side, I can have 3 here. If I have 3 here, on the right-hand side here, I will have 8. On the whole page itself, we have about 11 results. Okay? So, as an advertiser, okay, or if you guys ever want to advertise on Google AdWords, how do you be number 1 position? Okay, how do you get to be number 1? Now, I did say that Google AdWords or the Google platform, we are actually in an auction. So, what happens in an auction? Bidding, right? Bidding means who pay the highest will be the top, right? Correct? So, if that's the case, so does that mean that even in Google AdWords here, if I have a huge budget and I will definitely win each time I go into auction? Does that mean that? Bidding, right? Whoever has the most money sure win, right? Long time ago, yes, it was based on that. Okay, long time ago it was based on that. So the platform realized that, hey, those guys with, those big boys with huge budget are always going to win the auction. And the little guys, sometimes who can provide a better product, a better service, may not win the auction because of limited budget. So how do we balance it out, right? So there is a formula to it, okay? Now, in the formula, okay, there's definitely how much you bid, okay? Maximum CPC, okay, that's called maximum CPC, right? How much you are willing to pay for 1 click is called maximum CPC. Now, what is CPC? Cost per click. How much you're willing to pay for 1 click. So, maximum cost per click is how much are you as an advertiser willing to pay for that 1 click. So, if I say $4 maximum CPC, means you are willing to pay $4 to get that 1 click. Okay, just that 1 click. Okay. Now, maximum CPC doesn't mean what you will actually pay. Okay. What it means is what you would pay, the maximum you are willing to pay. But what you actually pay is a totally different story. Right? So maximum CPC is what you are willing to pay if you get the 1 click. Okay. Now, what I need to explain to you guys next is what we call, there's something called ad rank. Okay. Now, ad rank is actually a number. All right. A number. Just assume ad rank is a score. All right. And this score will determine your position. Okay. Just assume ad rank is like your test result. Whoever has the best test result will be number 1. Okay. So ad rank is a score. whoever has the highest ad rank score, you will be the first position. The next guy has a second highest ad rank score, will be position number 2, and so forth. So ad rank is a score. So if you want to be number 1, you better have a good ad rank score, or the best ad rank score. Okay. Now if you look at the formula, what is the ad rank formula? Ad rank is maximum cost per click, which is how much you are willing to pay for the click. Good news for the big boys, big budget guys, willing to pay a lot of money, right? So they can always have a good ad rank score because they have a lot of money. Now, in the formula, Google turned the table a bit and says that, hey, even if you have a lot of money, I want you all to do something called quality score as well. Okay? You need to have a good quality score as well in order to have a good ad rank score. Okay? Now, what is a quality score? Okay, what's a quality score, you ask? I'll explain after this what's quality score. Now, so the key thing, you definitely need to drill this formula in. You need to understand this formula. So what you know is that, hey, if I want to be a top position, I can spend more money, right? Maximum CPC, and I need to improve something called quality score. Okay, I'll show you later how to improve quality score. Now Google AdWords have always been improving every year, and then Google came out again and said that, hey, you have your maximum CPC, you have your quality score. There's something called ad extensions. Okay, there's something called ad extensions, which I'll explain later on what are ad extensions. Now, if you have ad extensions, you also can improve your ad rank score. Okay, now I'll explain later what's ad extensions. All you need to know now is that you need to have maximum CPC, you need to have quality score, you need to have ad extensions to improve your ad rank score. Okay, so let's go component by component. Now, very important to understand what is quality score. Okay, what in the world is quality score? If you know what is quality score, you will know what to do in your campaign so that you can improve your ad rank score. Ad rank score improve, your position will go up also. Okay, so what is quality score? What can I do to improve my quality score? If let's say I don't have much budget to advertise, how do I fight with the big boys outside there? Right? My budget is limited, so I need to find ways to improve my quality score. Now, to improve quality score, you need to improve something called click-through rate. Okay, now what is a click-through rate? What's that? Okay, now, a lot of terminology first, before we proceed to the actual dashboard. Okay, you got to know all these terminologies. Now, what is a click-through rate? Before you understand what's a click-through rate, you got to know another term called impressions. Okay, now what is an impression? Right? Each time you key in a term and you see one advertisement, that's one impression. Another person key in the same term, your advertisement come out again, 2 impressions. So it's how many times the advertisement comes out to the various people here. So if all of you here were to see my advertisement, I think it's easily going to be, 100 impressions here, right? Everyone sees it in your own notebooks, it's about 100 impressions. So that is what we meant by impression. Now, when I show you these impressions, not all of you are going to click on it, right? Okay, so but let's say if all of you were to click on it, okay, 100 impression, 100 click, that means my click-through rate is 100%. Anyone who get 100% click-through rate, very happy, I tell you. Okay, but in real world, that doesn't happen. Out of 100 people who see the advertisement, maybe only 20 will click on it, right? So if 20 click on it, out of 100 impression, what is my click-through rate? 20%. Okay? So each time you see something that has the word rate inside, you know there's going to be a percentage, right? So click-through rate is, the formula is clicks divided by impression. Okay, you see here, clicks divided by impression. So that is click-through rate. Okay? So if I have a good click-through rate, that means if I keep showing my advertisement and a lot of people click on it, I have a high click-through rate. if I have a high click-through rate, it will help me improve my quality score. Okay? So, lesson learned one is, you must have good click-through rate to influence your quality score. Okay? So what I mean is, as an advertiser, I need to produce good advertisement that will make people who want to click on it. Alright? As an advertiser, you won't say that, hey, I don't want people to click on it because it's so expensive when you click on it. I got clients who say that, They say that, yeah, I don't want people to click on my advertisement. But it defeats the whole purpose, right? If no one clicks your advertisement, if the advertisement doesn't get clicked, these guys will never go to your website, right? So you do want people to click on it, right? Because you have an objective in mind. When people click your advertisement, they go to your website. When they go to your website, you want them to do something, right? Meet a specific goal, and then you get your returns from that. Okay. So back to here, you got to know what's click-through rate. Okay, all got it, click-through rate? You all know click-through rate? Alright, so one part is click-through rate. Second portion, relevancy. What do we mean by relevancy? Now, Google is so good today because they always give us the relevant result, right? Even in the organic listing. So remember what's organic? We don't pay to be inside organic. We pay to be in the paid advertising, right? So Google is so good because they give a lot of relevancy to the customers, which are us, who are always doing the searches, right? So as advertiser, Google also want advertisers to be relevant all the time. How to be relevant? That means the keyword that you buy, right, must be relevant to the advertisement copy. The advertisement that you write, that's called advertisement copy, it must be relevant to that. The keyword that you buy must have a relevant advertisement copy. That is one relevancy first. Now, after that, when I click on the advertisement copy, it will go to my website or web page. The web page also must be relevant to the advertisement copy. Okay, so let's say, for example, if I buy the keyword, let's say, Pilates class, right? Pilates class. My advertisement should say, learn Pilates. Okay, you will fix your back and class registered today. Right? My advertisement will talk about Pilates as well. Right? When a person clicks on my advertisement copy, goes to my page also will say Pilates class. Okay, so it's relevant from the keyword to the advertisement copy to the landing page. Okay, another term, landing page. Okay, the page that you click, after you click the ad, it goes to somewhere else. We call that a landing page. All right. So keyword, ad copy, landing page must be relevant. Okay. So if I were to advertise, I buy the keyword credit card, right, and advertise credit card advertisement, but landing page is a property. Is it relevant? No. In that case, your quality score will not be good, right? It's not relevant. But if let's say you buy credit card keyword, show credit card advertisement, land on the page that talks about credit card, you get good relevancy, quality score goes up. Okay? So that's what we meant by relevancy. Next, landing page quality. Now, when we advertise, when we click on the advertisement, and it goes to a specific page. Now, this page is not your home page, right? A lot of advertisers or new advertisers they always make was when they click on any advertisement, they go and land them on the home page, right? May not be the most relevant page, correct? So let's say, for example, if Apple were to do an advertisement, if Apple would advertise an iPhone, advertisement copy says iPhone, but if it lands on the home page says Apple Watch, not relevant, right? So if Apple would advertise and says iPhone, ad copy iPhone, it should land on the iPhone page. All right, one of the inner pages inside there to make it relevant. Okay, now the quality of that page, right, which is what you call the landing page, has to be it has to have relevant content as well. Okay, it cannot be copied content. It must have high quality content, unique content. Okay. part here. It has to be relevant. It has to be original, the content. Okay. Transparent in the sense that, hey, if you ever advertise says that 20% discount off, when you go to the website, also make sure it's 20%. Don't say 10% discount if you advertise 20%. Navigation, make sure that page it lands on, you can navigate properly. Okay. In short, we call it rotten, right? Relevant, original, transparent, navigatable. Okay. Another important thing about landing page, the page must load fast as well. It can't be too slow. Okay. I mean, common sense, right? If the page loads too slow, even us as users, we will just go away, right? We won't visit the page, right? So that page cannot load slower. It must load at a decent speed. Okay, Google says it must be fast. I'm being very nice to say decent speed already, but it has to be fast loading page. Okay, so why we want to do all these things? Why do we want to understand click-through rate? Why do we understand relevancy? Why do we want to understand landing page quality? Is to improve quality score. Yes?
What's the weightage for all the three?
We won't, Google won't tell. Okay, we won't know what's the weightage. Okay, but what Google will say is that these are important. Okay, now there are many factors to affect quality score, right? Things that even not mentioned here yet. Okay, but if you get this portion correct, it's good already. Right, it's good already. Now Google will tell you in the platform what is your quality score. Okay, from 0 to 10, what's your quality score like? All right, Google will tell you quality score. Now in the platform, they will not tell you what is your rank score. Okay, so they just tell you what's your quality score. Based on that, you improve your campaign. Okay, so let's say you get a low quality score. What can you do if you get low quality score? Improve the CTR. Right? Now, how to improve CTR? Right? How do I get more people to click on my advertisement? You have to write something very enticing, right? If I say free money, oh, everybody click already on my advertisement. Correct? Very high click-through rate, right? But then come to my landing page, it says, you need to give me money first. Then not relevant already, right? Then quality score also go down. Right? So the trick is to get high CTR, you need to know how to write a good advertisement copy. Okay? If you write a good advertisement copy, one that's enticing, people will click on it, then you get high CTR. Right? So that's how we avoid paying more, but we spend more time. If you don't want to pay more, you spend more time. Spend more time thinking how to write a good advertisement copy. Okay? Then make sure it's relevant to the keyword that we are bidding or buying. All right, relevant from keyword to the ad copy to the landing page. Okay. Then make sure your landing page has all the qualities here as well. The relevancy, original, transparent, and navigatable, and load fast as well. Once you have all this nailed down, these are the basics that will actually help you in your campaigns later on. Okay. Now, this is just a quick example how we calculate ad rank, all right, and just to illustrate how a person who pays more may not necessarily mean they will be a number one, all right. So let's say in this example here, all right, you have John who is willing to pay $1 maximum CPC, quality score 8, pretty good, pretty decent, 8. Dave, maximum CPC also willing to pay $1, but quality score is higher, 10. Alright? So between John and Dave, 1 times 8, John has score of 8 for ad rank. Dave has score of 1 times 10, 10. Alex is the guy who has a lot of money. So I said, I don't mind, I pay $2.35, but his quality score is terrible, maybe not relevant at his web page or very slow in loading. So he has a very low quality score. So when we do the computation, 2.35 times 3 is 7. That's the ad rank score. Now, based on the ad rank score, who will be number one? Dave, right? Dave will be number one. Then John, then Alex. Okay, now, but if you look at how much they are willing to pay, Alex, who is willing to pay more, not necessarily be the number one guy because of quality score, right? So if you want to guarantee yourself number one, you got to have a big budget, you got to know how to improve quality score. Okay, if you have the guarantee, so-called guarantee number one, right? Big budget, you know how to do quality score properly, then you can be number one most of the time. But if you have a big budget, but you don't know how to do quality score properly, not necessarily you'll be the number one guy, right? So, again, I stress the importance of quality score. Now, I did mention before, maximum CPC is how much you are willing to pay, right? So how much do you actually pay, okay, if it's not your maximum CPC? So what is the actual CPC? Okay, so there's a formula for it. What it says is that actual CPC is at rank of your next competitor, okay, the competitor beneath you, the at rank score, divide by your own quality score, okay, plus 1 cent. Okay, that is how much you as advertiser will be paying, or I as advertiser, I'm paying. Okay. So actual CPC is at rank of your next competitor divided by your quality score. You got that? Sorry, at rank of next competitor divided by your quality score plus 1 cent. Okay, don't forget that 1 cent. That 1 cent quite important, that 1 cent. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to the example. So back to the three guys here again. Dave, maximum CPC 1, quality score 10, at rank 10. John, maximum CPC 1, quality score 8, at rank 8, and Alex, so forth. Now, how much is Dave actually paying? 8, which is the at rank score of John, okay, divide by quality score of Dave. That's how we get 8 divided by 10 plus 1 cent, 81 cents. Okay? For John, 7, which is at rank score of Alex, divide by quality score of John, 8 plus 1 cent, 89 cents. So what I mean is this: Dave willing to pay $1, but actual fact when someone clicks on it, he's only paying 81 cents. John willing to pay $1 also, but when someone clicks on his advertisement, he's only paying 89 cents. Okay? And then if you were to see here, Dave has number 1 position, and he's paying less than this John, who is the number 2 position. Why? Higher quality score. Okay? Higher quality score does have this benefit. Okay. Yeah.
What the last one, the auction minimum?
Okay, auction minimum. Good question. Auction minimum. Now, for every auction, now every keyword will go into an auction. For every auction, there is a minimum number to enter it. Okay, so what I mean is this: if I'm an advertiser, right? So let's say, for example, I key in a keyword that I want to buy, all right, and I key into the search bar there as a search term. I put there, let's say, credit card, and I don't see any advertisement at all. So does that mean if I were to bid 10 cents, my ad will come up immediately? It doesn't happen that way, right? Maybe 10 cents is not the minimum amount. You need to have a minimum amount. Maybe the minimum amount can be 5 ringgit or 6 ringgit, right? Maybe it's so high, that's why no advertisers want to buy that keyword. Okay, so that's one of the reasons also sometimes you key in a term, you see no advertisers there, you're so happy, you say, hey, I'm going to bid 1 cent. 1 cent should come out because no competitor there. Okay, but because of the minimum amount, that doesn't happen, right? So, good question, there's an auction minimum there. Now, another example, if all factors are the same, okay? If everything being equal, except for the maximum CPC, okay? So that means quality score the same, but maximum CPC is different. So in this case, Dave has $1 CPC, John has maximum CPC of 80 cents. Normally, based on the formula, how much Dave will pay is always a 1 cent more than how much John is willing to bid, right? So if John is willing to pay 80 cents, right? Dave, actual CPC is only 1 cent more than John only, assuming everything equal. Okay? If assuming everything equal, the top guy is only paying 1 cent more than the second guy. Okay? And the second guy is only paying 1 cent more than the third guy, and so forth. Okay? If everything being equal. So, for advertisers who are very competitive, okay? This one, exam won't come out, but advanced strategies are, how can John make Dave pay more? Increase his own CPC, right? Okay? If John were to increase his CPC, it might not affect how much John himself pay, but it will affect how much Dave pay, right? So if John were to increase this to 90 cents, Dave is going to pay 91 cents, right? So these are slightly more advanced strategies, how some of these guys push each other, cost higher, okay? But like I said, this one not an exam, just sharing real life experience, how we go competitive markets, okay? Yes?
For example, in this scenario, you said everything kept constant. The first one is paying $1, the second one 80 cents.
Right.
If everything is kept constant, can't I just bid higher to take the first position?
If everything is constant, yeah. I'm just trying to illustrate a scenario where everything is constant except the bid price. Except the bid price, right? So, if everything is the same, there will be somehow there will be something that will be different, right? But I'm just saying in this case, if everything is the same, only this is a difference. The first guy only will pay 1 cent more. I mean, it will pay 1 cent more than this guy's maximum CPC. Okay. So the key thing here, you definitely need to really remember is your ad rank formula. Ad rank, what is ad rank? Equals to maximum CPC times quality score, right? Must know what is maximum CPC, must know what is maximum CPC, okay? How much you are willing to pay, how much advertiser is willing to pay for each click, maximum cost per click. Need to understand what is quality score as well. It's just a number from 0 to 10, okay? You need to understand what affects quality score. Can you remember now what affects quality score? Click-through rate, relevancy, landing page quality. What is click-through rate? Clicks over impression, fantastic. So you want to have a high click-through rate or low click-through rate? High, right? High because you want to improve your quality score, right? When you improve quality score, what will happen? You'll be number one before being number one. Ad rank goes up first, right? Ad rank goes up first, then only become number one. Okay, cool. So imagine this, if you guys know this, other guys don't know, you will win the auction all the time, right? But if you know this, they also know this, then you got to know a little bit more things. So you got to sit for another few more hours here. Okay? Very real scenario, I can tell you, right? I compete in some very boring industry. I can dominate there because in that industry, digital marketers are not there. Okay? Digital marketers are not there because it's a very boring industry. It's not exciting one. Okay? But can get good results. But people get educated. People learn on once over the years, competitors learn also, right? So they also do what I do, same thing. All this improving quality score or getting themselves there. So manage to catch up with my ranking. So what can I do? Learn something else to make it better, right? So it's always an ever-learning landscape. You need to learn to improve because you want to be better than your competitor, right? That's how you win all these auctions. Okay. So just remember, now advertisers will want to have a good position each time a search occurs. Now, the algorithm is actually very fast, right? All these things is actually not in a database. All these things happens real time. So each time you key in a search term, you hit enter, all this computation very fast. What is the maximum CPC of advertiser A, B, C, D, E, and what are the quality score of all these guys? Real time computation, then show the results out. Okay? So all advertisers will want to have a good position. Remember, ad rank is quality score times maximum CPC. Okay. Now the reason why I put a function here, because the latest thing is that we know for a fact that the quality score and CPC is just one of the many factors inside there, right? It's not exactly maximum CPC times quality score. Okay, but for practical purposes, okay, so that you can remember easier, you can just take it that ad rank is quality score, maximum CPC times quality score. Okay, once you have that in your mind, then you can sort of calculate, hey, if this go up, ad rank will go up, right? Click-through rate go up, quality score go up, quality score go up, ad position go up. Okay. So remember as well, maximum CPC is what you are willing to pay, not what you actually pay. The higher your quality score, the less you pay. Okay? The last one here, if you can't see what it says here, is ad extensions. Ad extensions help in your ad rank as well. Okay? Ad extensions. I have not told you what is ad extension yet. I'll tell you later on a bit. But just remember, ad extensions help in your ad rank as well. Okay? So far so good? All still with me? Good, huh? Tomorrow take exam can pass or not? Can, aim for it, huh? Hey, cannot retake on this type of exam? Do you know that when I take this exam, I have to pay $50 for one paper? You know? Now you're doing it for free, you know. The thing when you do for free, I pass, fail. Right? Last time, each time I sit, I have to pay $50, you know. 3 papers to take means $150. Hey, so you all don't pass, you all pay me $50, can not? So make sure you all pass, Just pay attention, just make sure you understand what I'm saying here. I'm sure you all will pass. Right, let's move on. Now, you know certain terminologies already. You know the importance of ad rank. If you know how to do ad rank, you know how to improve quality score, you will get good position. Now, the next thing you need to learn is that the account structure. Okay, how do you structure an account so you can optimize it? You do not make all those newbie mistakes. Okay. You all play Dota now, all the noob mistakes. Don't be a noob, I mean, for me, I play Dota, I cannot be a Dota champion, but I try to be digital marketing champion. Who watched Dota that day? 6 million to the first guy, right? 5 million? 6.6 million, right? Esports these days, $6 million more. I play Dota, but kena belasa, so have to do this. This one also not bad, you know. Cannot get 6.6 million, but can still get something. Okay. So let's structure the account. How do we structure the account? So you have to understand first, AdWords, there are 3 levels. Okay? When you open your AdWords account, there is an ad account at the account level, there's a campaign level, and there's something what you call ad group level. I'll explain each level accordingly. So for now, just always remember, there's account, there's campaign, there's ad group. Okay? A lot of your time will be spent at the campaign and ad group level. Okay? Account level, maybe just when you sign up only. Okay? Now, what is in the account level? Account level are things like your user access, your password, and then for Google, very important, your billing information. Okay. Now, to activate this account, you need to put your credit card number inside there. Okay. So once you put your credit card number inside there, it gets activated. Then your campaign is already go live ready. So let's say now, today, if you want to run a campaign, you can. You can actually. You can set up an account, put your credit card number inside, put in your campaigns. Let's say you want to help somebody, or if you have your own business or you have your family business, you want to advertise starting today, you can do it already actually, straight away, right? Power of having a credit card, power of online as well. So that is why at the account level you have user access, notifications. Now what are notifications? Sometimes, let's say for example, something wrong with your account or your advertisement, there will be emails sent out to you. Okay? Basically, it's just notification of certain things happening in the account, you'll get notified. Okay? Something wrong in the account, credit card going to expire soon, your advertisement copy not meeting policies, the system will notify you. Billing information, straightforward, your address, okay? And then preferences, it covers things like you want to be notified of what happened, what sort of activities that's happening that you want to be notified, right? Those are preferences. Now, this part not that important, all right, because you only see maybe only once when you set it up, but the more important one is at the campaign level, okay? But you still need to know what happens at the account level, what happens at the campaign level, and what happens at the ad group level, okay? Now, campaign level, what can we do at the campaign level? Now, campaign level is that stage where we actually set our daily budget, how much we want to spend in a single day. Okay, we set a budget number inside there. We set something what we call bidding style. Now I'll explain later on what we mean by bidding style. Okay, bidding, how you want to enter the auction. Okay, I won't elaborate now. I'll just take it that there's a bidding style you can determine there. Network targeting. Do you want to advertise on the search network or you want to advertise on the display network? Okay, this network here is not your cable network. Okay, it's a search network or display network, or you advertise in both. Okay, you determine at the campaign level. Location, where you want to advertise. Whole Malaysia, a specific state, outside of the country, you determine here as well. What language, campaign level as well. Okay. Bid adjustments. Now, bid adjustments are things, it's a bidding method whereby you can adjust it, you can adjust, increase or reduce. So let's say for example, if I want to advertise in Selangor and also want to advertise in Malacca, I can do a bid adjustment to say that, hey, I want to advertise more in Malacca. Okay, that's what I mean by bid adjustment. I can say I want to spend 20% more, right? So let's say if I run a campaign, I say 1 ringgit is my maximum CPC, right? If the user is in Selangor, 1 ringgit. But if it's in Malacca, I don't mind paying 20% more. I can do a bid adjustment plus 20% and spend $1.20 more there. Okay. So bid adjustments, we can do that for location. We can do that for devices. So if someone were to come in via a mobile device, I say, I want to spend more money if this guy comes in from the mobile device. I can do that bid adjustment. Okay. We do ad rotation and scheduling as well in the campaigns. So that means if I want to set my advertisement to appear only on weekdays, we do it at the campaign level. Okay. What do I mean by ad rotation? Now, when we do an ad copy, all right, I can do more than one advertisement. Okay, I can do more than one advertisement. Let's say if I were to do 2 advertisements, I can always rotate it. Okay, so sometimes you see advertisement 1, sometimes you see advertisement 2. Okay, so let's say if all of us here, right, let's assume if I have 100 people here, if I have 2 advertisements, if I tell the system to rotate evenly, half of you will see advertisement 1, half of you will see advertisement 2. Okay? So it's useful. That is useful when we want to test things out. Is advertisement 1 better or advertisement 2 better? Right? Advertisement 1, I showed to 50 of you guys here, only 5 people click. Advertisement 2, I show these guys here, 10 people click. Right? So 2 different click-through rates. So my advertisement 2 is the winner because have a higher click-through rate. So I can do all this type of testing as well. Okay. So for now, just remember these are the things that we do at campaign. Right? Now, to remember it now may be a bit difficult. It's easier when you open your AdWords account, all right, and you go through the process of creating a campaign, go through the process of creating an advertisement and a campaign. Then it becomes very automatic. Hey, where do I change language? Campaign level. Where do I change location targeting? Campaign level. Okay? So don't worry if you can't remember now. Okay? Come to a point in time, you sleep also, you dream also, you know how to do this already. Okay? Because you do it so often. Like for us, we do it almost every day. Okay? Okay. So those are the things under campaign level. Now, things under the ad group level. Okay? Ad group level slightly simpler. 2 things only. Keywords and ad copy. Okay? Keywords and ad copy is in the ad group level. Okay? So, answer exams are very simple one. If it's not ad copy, if it's not keyword, campaign level. Right? When you undo exams, got exam technique or not. Even you don't know the actual answer, actual fact. You have to do a lot of, you can do deductions. You can do a lot of deductions. You can make, if you know certain facts, then you can do elimination. This is not A, not B, not C, must be D. Okay, I'll go through some exam techniques as well later on. So, ad group level, keywords, and ad copy only. Alright? Now, why is all this so important? Why is all this so important? Okay, now if you don't structure your campaign properly, okay, if you don't structure your campaign properly, you may not get the result you want. You'll end up spending a lot of money. Okay, you waste a lot of money advertising and not getting the money if you want, if you don't structure it properly. Okay, so example, how we structure our campaign. Okay, so let's say, for example, account level are all the details of a particular company. Okay, so just assume that this company called Uptown Clothing. Okay, Uptown Clothing. Okay, so at the account level, it's going to be the username, the password, account details, okay, of this particular company. Now, at the campaign level, okay, I can create a campaign to promote men's clothing and another campaign to promote women's clothing, right? Then I can segment it further down. In men's clothing campaign, I can create a group, what we call an ad group, to promote denims, jackets, polos, blazers. Okay? So you can see there is a structure to it, right? You divide into men's clothing, women's clothing, campaign level. Then at the ad group level, let's say for women, I have the dresses group, jackets group, denims group, skirts group. Okay? Now, why do you think we need to do things like that? Now, can you imagine if I don't segment it like that, okay? If I put everything together, how are you able to write a good advertisement copy to make people want to click on it? Right? So let's say I ask you, if you're, let's say your company or a client asks you guys, hey, help me write advertisement copy to promote clothes. Is it easy to write? Clothes in general, you know. Who are the target market? Can be men, can be women, can be kids, can be adults. How to write ad copy on that? Even if you write, it's not going to be very targeted, right? You're just going to say that we sell clothes. We sell from kids to adults. All sizes available. All colors available. Very generic, right? Now, compare if you were to write a very specific copy for women's dresses, right? Your advertisement copy is going to be very relevant to women only who are looking for a dress. Okay? So that's the reason why we segment things out. So when we want to buy a keyword, easier to buy, we know roughly what sort of keywords to buy, because we already have a mind, hey, I want to only promote women's skirts or women's denim. Okay? We will buy all the keywords related to women's denim. Then when we write the advertisement copy, also easier to write, isn't it? We just target women's denims. Okay? So this, you must get this concept. You must really get this concept of segmenting it, okay, into campaigns and then into ad group as well. Okay, let me give you a bad example. Example that a lot of new advertisers do. Okay, because they come from traditional marketing, sometimes they think like doing an online campaign is like doing a newspaper page. So a lot of new advertisers, they will do something like that. They want to, this example, he wants to sell furniture. So he create one campaign called furniture, okay, and only have one group, one ad group, and this one ad group has all these different keywords inside there. So in the ad group, he put things like rugs, dining room table, kitchen table, coffee table, floor lamp, your couch, your love seats, your desk, everything all in one group. And then the advertisement copy, what they put there? All kinds of furniture. We sell all kinds of furniture. We sell lots of furniture and have really good deals. That's what your competitors say also, right? Isn't it? So if you don't segment it, you don't organize it to proper groups, it's very hard to write the copy. Okay? So if you know that you need to separate it or segment it into groups and campaigns, then let's say example here. All right, I have a campaign called I have a campaign. I have this group called Leather Love Seats ad group, and then another group called Leather Couches ad group. So I'm separating out leather couch and leather love seats, two different things. Okay, so two different things. Under the leather love seats, I have dedicated keywords for it. So I'll buy keywords like leather love seats, leather spacebar, love spacebar seats, and all the different variation. I'll buy all these keywords. Advertisement copy also very targeted and has the word leather love seats inside. Okay, so same for the couch. If I'm targeting leather couch, I will buy the keywords related to leather couch. My copy, my advertisement copy, my advertisement message also will talk about leather couch. Okay. Another example that I like to use is just think of an electrical store. If you're an electrical store, you sell hi-fi, you sell fridge, you sell television. Okay, and then each of these appliances also have different brand, right? Your TV, you have your Sony, your Samsung, your Hitachi, Toshiba, right? So if you are an electrical store, you will not just put advertisement says, I sell electrical item, I sell all brands, I sell everything, cheapest in town. That's what your competitors say also, right? So if I were to advertise for an electrical store, I will actually create a specific campaign, let's say for TV, okay, and then I target maybe certain brand. I say, hey, are you looking for this Sony 50-inch TV? Then I'll buy keywords Sony 50-inch TV. Okay, so the keyword is very targeted. The advertisement is also very targeted, right? Then you will get better, what we call conversions, or better traffic, better quality customers to go to your website. Okay, so just to recognize the importance of structuring your campaigns and ad groups properly. Now, having said that, can I create, now this is an ad group here, can I create a campaign called leather couch campaign or not? Now you see this as a group, as an ad group. Okay, can I also move it up to a higher level and say I want to create a leather couch campaign. Okay? Yes, we can. Okay? We can. Okay? This is not fixed, cast in stone. I can actually create a leather couch campaign. Okay? And then different ad groups underneath it as well. Okay? Now another example, real life example. Now, if I want to run a advertisement in Malaysia and in Singapore, okay, I can also run it as a campaign in Malaysia, separate out as another campaign in Singapore. I can do 2 different campaigns as well. Okay, or I can do a campaign in Selangor, set it campaign level, okay, Selangor, then another campaign at the top level there says Johor. Alright? So, best practices. Use campaign settings, okay, for targeting all your ad groups in a campaign. Alright, know how to segment things out. Just have to remember the electrical shop. Okay, you can run your TV campaign, your fridge campaign, your hi-fi, your stereo campaigns. Okay, organize them into campaigns and ad groups. Okay, into common themes. Now, what we normally, let's say, advise even clients as well. They don't really catch the idea. They will say, hey, how to start segmenting all this campaign and ad group stuff, right? So the best place to start normally for a client is that look at the website, right? Look at how the website is being organized. Sometimes it will give you a good idea how to segment it out. So let's say, for example, if your client is an electrical store company, right? You can always go to the website and then you see how the navigation looks like. Quite high chance the navigation will say TV, refrigerator, right? Nowadays they sell mobile phones as well. So look at how the website is being organized. That will give you a rough idea how to segment your campaigns and your ad groups. Okay. Try to create your groups as tight as possible. What that means as tight as possible, let's say for example, I want to have this group that talks about only Sony TV 55-inch. Okay? Then I can tell you the number of keywords you can buy for this such a tight team, probably just a handful only, maybe 5 or 6 keywords. Okay? Now, if that group you can end up putting in 30, 40 keywords inside there, then that may indicate that group is not a tight group. There could still be room to slice it somewhere and make it smaller. Okay. Then remember you can use bid adjustments options, okay, to increase your bid. Now for bid adjustments, I think I show it to you when we run a campaign, easier to understand. Okay, but in general, what are bid adjustments? It's really if I want to bid higher in a specific location, I can do that, or bid lower in another location, I can do that based on geographical. Okay, I can also do bid adjustments based on time. Monday bid higher, Tuesday bid lower. Okay, so those are all the bid adjustments. All right, how are we doing? Still here? Okay. Hope I haven't lost any of you. I can see from here very well, you know. Okay, so far so good, 440. Okay, come, let's move on. A lot of theory, okay, a lot of theory first, Can you remember your air rank score or not? Can you remember? Still remember what's air rank, what's quality score, what are click-through rates, what are impressions, how the auction works, what's the display network, what's the search network. One day learn so many new things. Okay, still with me, good. Okay, now, as an advertiser, we know that we need to buy keywords, right? In order for your advertisement copy to appear. Okay, now, how do you know which keyword to buy? How do you know that keyword got actually people key in or not? Got demand or not? Okay, so that's what keyword research is all about. Okay, there's a tool to use. Okay, that we can actually key in a keyword inside, and the tool will tell us, hey, there's about 500 people keying this word on average in a month. Okay, there's a tool for that. So this is just an example. Okay, there's this company called Sweet Dreams Bedding. She sells children's bedding. Okay, so we're trying to research some keywords for this company. So how do we normally do keyword research? Okay, one is you brainstorm first. Okay, you brainstorm. So if you sell a specific product, so in this case, let's say beddings, you will sit down in a group or you think, okay, so what are the keywords that people will actually key in, okay, when they want to look for beddings? You can look at your own website, okay, for ideas, what keywords to buy. You can look at your competitor's website. Okay, you can look at your own website, you look at your competitor's website, what keywords to buy. Talk to customers as well. Probably the customers are the best people to find out what are the keywords to buy. Okay, so let's say for example, yeah, airlines like to call themselves low fare, right? How many of you, when you search for tickets, you use low fare tickets? Do you use that? You use that? Or you use cheap tickets? Cheap, right? So it's really finding out what are the consumers speak and not the corporate speak. Right? Corporate will say low fare. If I go and buy low fare, only maybe a handful of people use that to search for tickets. But if I were to buy the keyword cheap, Penang tickets, probably I get more people, right? Compared to buying the keyword low fare Penang tickets. Okay? So it's really all about doing research, and the tool can actually tell you, hey, people saying low fare or cheap tickets. People saying used car or second-hand car. Okay? So before we start using a tool, you need to have what we call a seed keyword to throw into the system. Okay? Yes?
Like you read for keywords which is more general or more better than looking at keywords which are more precise. Because maybe we customer, we don't just going to like search for cheap flight. You won't be so precise like saying that cheap Penang flight, right?
Exactly. Okay. Yes. Okay. What our friend here is saying is that, hey, maybe it got to be broader a bit when we buy keywords, right? Yeah, we don't make it so specific. True. Broad keywords will actually give you more traffic, right? It has a wider coverage if we buy a keyword very broad. Now, don't forget, if broad has lots of traffic, good, but the traffic can be relevant or irrelevant traffic. Okay, so there's a theory behind it, or there's a process behind it. Sometimes I still do buy very broadly as well. All right, if I want lots of traffic, I'll buy very broadly. But if I just want very targeted traffic, my terms are more narrowed down. Okay, more specific, but the traffic is less. Okay, but chances are this traffic are relevant. They will actually buy. Right. So, for example, if I have to buy just the word cheap flights, and let's say my airline, I actually fly to Penang, but I don't fly to Singapore. Okay, so people were looking for cheap flights, but actually they want to fly to Singapore. They come to my site, they say, hey, you don't fly to Singapore, then not relevant already. You wasted that one click. Okay, now if you buy the keyword cheap flights Penang, and someone keen cheap flights Penang comes to your site, very relevant, chances are they will buy the tickets. Okay, I mean that's just an example. No right or wrong. Okay, all depends on your returns or your ROI. Okay, ROI is good. I don't mind spending more broad, get the results, still make money. I continue to buy broad. I won't mind. Okay, but like I said, I'll show you later on the specific strategy behind it as well. Okay, I can tell you I've done this type of keywords. Okay, let me explain to you when it comes to broad keywords. Now, if I tell you a keyword called, let's say, gearbox, what do you guys think about? Cars? So, okay, your first thing you think is cars, right? Cars, right? Quite true. Gearbox cars. I talk to my engineering friends, ask them what is gearbox. They tell me that big machine in the factory, right? So, fair enough, I try to prove them wrong. I say, no, people, you say gearbox, people mean cars, people don't mean that factory, that big gearbox in the factory there. So we try out. I buy the keyword gearbox, okay? I have huge traffic, but all looking for cars, okay? And I also have traffic, those looking for engineering gearbox, got, okay? So I get relevant traffic, and I get irrelevant traffic as well, okay? And I have a way how to avoid all these things and still yet continue to buy very broadly gearbox. I guess you do that. Okay, I'll explain later as well how to overcome all these things. But now we're still in keyword research. It's still the very beginning point. Now, when all of you eventually open an AdWords account, okay, there's a tool there called Keyword Planner. Okay. What the keyword planner does is that you can actually do research, put a keyword into the system, and the system will tell you, hey, how many people actually key in this word on average, on a monthly average. Okay. So when we enter keyword planner, you'll see a screen like this. Okay. It will ask you, all right, what is the keyword that you want to enter? Okay, the first option here. Okay. Search for new keywords using a phrase, website, or category. Actually, 3 ways to do it. 3 ways to do it. Let me just explain all the methods. Now, first way, if I want to get an idea what other keywords that I can buy, I need to have a seed keyword first. Okay, I need to have something to put in the system first, right? So in this case, girls bathing, okay, is one of the keywords. Okay? It can be anything. So let's say if you are a florist, what are the words? What is the first word that you think you put in the system? Flowers, right? Flowers. So you will, if you're a florist, you'll put the word flowers into the system. And then hopefully the system will give you more ideas. And all these ideas come with a number, how many people are searching using these keywords. Okay? So that's one way of putting a keyword into the system. Now let's say you can't even think of a word to put inside there, right? What else can you do? The system allows you to put in a website, can be your website, can be your competitor's website, or can be just be a website that you know who's doing what you are doing. Okay? So let's say if I'm a florist and I can put a competitor florist website here as well. So you have to put the website address inside here. When I click submit, the system will go to that site and analyze the site, and based on what the system understands about the site, will propose keywords to you. Okay? So that's the second method. Okay? Putting in a website and you get keyword ideas. Okay? So, third method, don't know what keywords, I don't know who are my competitors and I have no website. Okay? Then Google say that, hey, you just tell me now which product category you are in. Okay? I have a full list of category here. Okay, you just tell me which category you're in. I will give you some keyword ideas. Okay, so 3 ways. Give the system a keyword, or you can give the system a website, or you tell the system what category are you in. Okay, what product category that your products are in. Okay. You can do combination as well. You can put a keyword, you can put a page, a website page into here as well. And then based on the keyword and based on the page address you put in the system, it'll give you ideas. Okay? But most of the time we probably just use the keyword feature. We put a keyword inside there just to get an idea what are the other keywords that we can actually buy. So in this example here, we put in the keywords bathing. Okay, now, before we hit the submit button, right, we also got to tell the system, hey, I want to find this keyword, let's say bathing or flowers or any keyword. You must tell the system which country are you trying to research on. Are you researching on the whole world or location? or are you just researching on Malaysia, or just researching on Singapore? Okay, you can choose your location here. So let's say if your business is in Malaysia and you're just interested in the customers' numbers in Malaysia, you just choose here all this location field here, Malaysia. Okay, what language that you want to search? Maybe you search in. Just use the default. Just put English. Okay. Do you want to do Google or Google search partners as well? Okay. Normally I just put just the Google network. Okay. Negative keywords. Are there any keywords that you don't want it to show out, to exclude out? Okay. You can do that in the negative keywords. But let's say if most of the time when we do research, we'll probably just put in the keywords and make sure the country is correct, then it's fine already. Okay? Very important to choose the country correctly. Can you imagine if you do a research, you put there US, the results very different. Right? US has a bigger population. Okay? You'll be so happy, you look at the data, wow, huge market, big demand, buy, go in. But actually it's US market. Then when you buy in Malaysian market, it's much smaller, then they say, hey, how come no traffic or so little traffic? Very big difference in US market and Malaysian market in terms of traffic. Okay? Mainly because of population size. Okay, so in this case, we just use keywords. Okay, and then once you're happy, then we just say get ideas. Now, the system will come back and give you a graph like that. Will say that, hey, from the last 12 months, this is the demand for that keyword. That means how many people actually are keying in. Now again, the graph actually is not just one keyword. It's the keyword and the bunch of the keyword ideas that the system is giving. All these are the traffic. Sum up, these are the traffic you will be getting. Okay. Now the system will show this graph and the list of keywords. Okay, I'll show you the next page. It will show you based on your seed keyword, girls bathing. Okay, I use the term seed. Seed means your first keyword. That ideal keyword you got to put in the system. We call that seed keyword. Seed, S-E-E-D. So girls bathing is my seed keyword. Then I have all these are my keyword ideas, right? So girls bathing. Then keyword ideas I have is teens girl bathing, girls bathing sets, girl bathing, teen girl bathing, and so forth. Okay. And then you also tell me how many people on average search for it. So it's 2009, 5004, 2004, and so forth. The next column, you tell me how competitive is this keyword. Are there many advertisers or not? So that's why you can see here, competition is very high, lots of competitor bidding for it. Okay, so it's either high, medium, or low. It will tell you as well. If you want to bid for this keyword, the system is suggesting, hey, to bid for the first keyword is about 98 cents. To bid for the second keyword, the system is suggesting 94 cents. Alright? So the system will try to give you some ideas how much to bid. What's the demand like for the keyword? Okay? So why do we use a keyword planner? To get more ideas for keywords and to know what's the demand like for each of these keywords. Okay? So let's say for example, I can key inside there, used car, second-hand car. Which one has more demand? The one has a more demand, then I can always buy the keyword and run a campaign with it. Okay? So first step, the very basic step, before we run a campaign, we will do keyword research. Right? Yes.
Can you go to the previous one? In the suggestion list, there are given the words, but also given the bid amounts, right? Before, when we showed in the graph, it showed that the date when he gave like $1 to start the campaign. But when he does he know the keywords, what keywords he has to give it, or he should find these keywords first and then have to decide to bid?
you find the keyword first. You have to find the keyword first. You have to design what keywords you want to buy. And, let's say you discovered 10 keywords you want to buy, right? Then each of them you have to decide what price that you're willing to pay for the auction.
So based on given keyword, my bid amount will be shown.
Come again?
Based on given the keyword, my amount that I have to give a bid, it would be shown like that?
It won't be, okay, these are just what the system is suggesting to you. You don't have to follow if you don't want, actually. So when you run the campaign that time, the platform will ask you, all right, to buy this first keyword, teens girl bedding, how much are you willing to pay for it, maximum, okay? Let's say you have no idea, you don't know how much you want to pay. The system say, hey, why not 98 cents? Okay, you can follow this if you want. But if you know your own numbers, you will have an idea already. For this keyword, I think I'm willing to pay 150 maximum. All right, you have to tell the system. The system is just suggesting at this point here. Okay, at this point here, it's just a suggestion only. And when you run a campaign, you have to tell the system how much you are willing to pay for it, maximum. And how much, remember just now, how much you actually pay for it is again a different number. Okay, so the system just want to know, hey, what's your risk tolerance like? You want to pay a lot for this keyword or you want to pay very little for this keyword? Okay, and normally how we determine how much to pay for each keyword all boils down to your returns on investment. Okay, your ROI. Okay, for those who don't ROI game, okay, very straightforward business one. How much I spend, how much I revenue, good profit, continue advertise. No profit, stop campaign. Okay. Now this slide is just to explain what is a competition, what is the average monthly searches and what's the suggested bid, which you saw in the previous slide, the columns there already. So competition just to tell you, among all the advertisers outside there, high competition or low competition or medium competition. Just now I saw high. So do expect to pay a little bit more when you enter the auction. Okay. Average monthly searches is across the 12 months. You have a rough idea, this keyword, how much traffic is getting on a monthly basis. Suggested bid, how much the system is suggesting to you that you should actually bid for. Okay, if you have no idea what to start with. Okay. Now I can tell you for a fact, new advertisers, they don't know what's the number to start with. Let's say if you were to buy a keyword now, right? How much to pay for one click? You don't know, isn't it? How you get a number, you just pick from sky, throw in the system. Right? A lot of advertisers do that. Okay? But if you know your numbers well, right? That means you know your business very well. You know that, hey, if I send 10 people talking to my salesman can close 2 sales, and these 2 sales is worth how much? I can always work it backwards. I can always work it backwards. Come to a point how much I need to spend on the keyword. Okay? If you know all your numbers very well, you can come to a number, how much are you willing to spend in a campaign, okay, to make it worthwhile. All right, and you can also very automatically decide how much you're willing to spend for the keyword. Okay, now let me make it very simple. Let me make it very simple. Is $20 per click cheap or expensive? Expensive. $20 per keyword. I mean $20 per click. Expensive. Real client asked me that, I know, $20 per click. Now, again, it depends. Okay, $20 per click, expensive, not it depends. If my $20 per click, after, let's say, 100 click, I pay $2,000, right? That means, okay, sorry, again, $20 click, after 100 click, I pay $2,000, right? That means I have 100 visitors visiting my website. I'm selling a house. One of these guys buy a house, $1.6 million. Cheap or expensive now, my $20 per click. Very cheap, right? Very cheap. Real scenario it all depends what your end goal is, right? Then, yeah, ROI game, seriously, ROI game. So, if you just based on $20 is expensive, $30 is expensive, but you haven't seen the full picture, you can't really decide, right? So, real scenario, I told my client, property developer, real property developer, I just said, not say $20, I just said $2 and they say, Very expensive. Right? But once you reason it out that way, okay, what is the ROI? I tell you $10, $20 is not really expensive. Okay, if you know your end goal. Now then the other way around, 10 cents per click, cheap or expensive? You know the answer, right? Right? 10 cents per click may not be cheap. Huh? Let's say you're selling a flour or ice cream. What's the margin for ice cream? Don't know, very, very low. Let's say a $2 ice cream. Right? You spend 10 cents per click. 20 people click on it, you sell one ice cream, I think you lose money. Right? So, the other trick is, must see your margin. Must see your margin. Then only you determine, is it really cheap or not, so-called cheap or expensive. Okay? Don't just look at that number by itself. 5 cents per click, 10 cents per click may not really be cheap. $20 per click, $30 per click may not be expensive. Okay? Okay, now, let me just continue a few more slides, then we take a break. Okay, can we do that? Right, I want to finish it off first before we take a break, make it more logical. Okay, now when we do a keyword research, we can also filter it further, okay, to say that, hey, I only want these words inside there. Make sure my search, the keyword research results must contain these specific words. Okay, we can do all sorts of filtering. Okay, it's easier when you open your AdWords account, you go into the planner to play around with this. In this, easier for you to understand. Now, what happens in the keyword research is that, hey, we've got a list of keywords here, keyword ideas. There's a way to add into what we call a plan. So let's say I like the first keyword, I think it's suitable for what I want to buy. Click on this arrow here, it enters into like a basket like that. Okay, they call it a plan. Okay, so do research, find the keywords, put them in the plan, keep doing it until you are happy. Right? Once they enter the plan will sort of tell you, hey, this basket of keywords will give you roughly this amount of traffic and how many clicks you will get. Okay. Now, the next few slides are more important stuff. Okay, when we do campaigns or when we do research, you got to know what we call keywords match type. Okay, keywords match type. Now, there are few keywords match type. Now, the first one is called broad match. Okay. I remember just now our friend here was saying that, hey, should we be broad or narrow and stuff like that? How do we narrow down all this traffic? There's something called broad match. Let's give you an example. If I buy a keyword, in this example here says women's hats. Okay, women's hats. If I buy it as a broad match, it will cover definitely women's hats. Okay, that means someone key in the search term, women hats. If I buy this keyword, my advertisement copy will come out. Okay? If the user were to key in buy ladies hats. Now, I didn't buy the keyword buy ladies hats, but I buy the keyword women's hats. The user key in buy ladies hats. My advertisement copy also will come out. Why? Because I bought this keyword broad match. And broad match will actually cover very widely. Okay? It will say that, hey, women and ladies, okay, same thing, right? Same thing. So if the guy were to, or the person were to key in buy ladies hats, it will also trigger my keyword that I bought to show my advertisement copy. Okay? Then if the user were to key in women's caps, hats and caps, more or less the same thing also. Okay? So if you buy the keyword broad match, the system also say, hey, this one, it matches. You show my advertisement copy. Alright? So broad match, you cover synonyms, plural, singular, you cover the whole bunch of things. Even misspelling as well. Okay? If the user were to spell it wrongly, if you buy a broad match, you'll cover that keyword, the misspelled keyword as well. Okay? So for broad match, will give you a lot of traffic, or give the most traffic. Okay, broad match, remember, broad match. Got other matches, must understand broad match first, alright, got it? Next one, phrase match. Now, phrase match will give you slightly less traffic than broad match. Phrase match, what it means is simply, if I were to buy a keyword here, same example again, women's hats, and I buy it as phrase match. Now, what it means is, a user who enters the word into the search bar, if the user were to enter women's hats, it will show because I bought that keyword. If the user enters buy women's hats, it will also show because the word women's hats is inside the search term. Okay, so for phrase match, what I mean is this. If the user were to key in something, either before the keyword you buy or after the keyword you buy, as long as this word is in the search term, show the advertisement copy. Okay, so that's the reason why you see here women's hats, or you show, or buy women's hats, or white women's hats, use women's hats, it will actually show your advertisement copy out. Okay, or women's hats, Kuala Lumpur, it will show your advertisement copy out. Okay, that's for phrase match. Now, if you key in girls' hats and you buy phrase match for women's hats, it won't show up. Okay, because why? I can't find the word women's hats inside here. Right? So for phrase match, girls' hats, women's baseball hats, it will not trigger, these words will not trigger women's hats, phrase match. Okay? If I were to buy that as a broad match, then yes, it will trigger. Okay? Got that? Broad match, phrase match. Now one more extra thing to remember is, notice in phrase match, how I tell the system this is going to be a phrase match. There is a open quote, women's hats, close double quote. Okay, that is how I indicate the system, hey, I want to buy phrase match for this keyword. If I don't do any quotes at all, it's broad match. Right? So broad match, phrase match. Now, third match type, if you understand broad, you understand phrase, the next one should be even straightforward. It's called exact match. Right? Without me explaining, do you understand exact match? Right? So if I buy exact match, the user has to key in exactly as that word, then only the advertisement will come out. Okay? So women's hats. Now, you see here women's hat and women's hats. Ads may show, these are E, these are A, the one we bought is MEN, right? It says here even MAN will show up. Exact, not so exact, right? Now, the system has come to a point whereby it has become more sophisticated, whereby he can say that, hey, when someone keys in women's hat with an A, they also actually mean this as well, okay? Now, this type of feature, I can turn it off in AdWords one. I can always tell the system, hey, exact match means exact match, right? Exactly MEN only will trigger the WOMEN, okay? So, you just have to recognize that, hey, I can turn off the feature, turn on or off the feature to make it really, really exact, or not that exact, but still exact. Hopefully you know what I mean, right? It's a little confusing, right? But it's still very close, okay? The women with MEN and women with MAN, okay? The old way was really exact, Then they launched something into the system that says slightly, we can give a little bit of leeway a bit and says, hey, it covers this as well. Okay. So the more straightforward part, if you have the word says buy women's hats or women's hats on sale, if you buy exact match, these keywords, these search terms will not trigger your ad copy. Alright? So you have broad match, phrase match, exact match. Exact match, you want to tell the system, exact match is this open square bracket, women's hats, close square bracket. So that's a symbol there to tell the system you want to put exact match. Okay? So it's these three match types you need to remember. You definitely will use it in your campaigns, right? It definitely has its role to play in a campaign. You want lots of traffic, broad match. Slightly less traffic, phrase match. Even the least traffic, exact match. Now, if you guys as a new advertisers, let's say you have your own AdWords account, you put your credit card inside there already, you want to be kiasu a bit. Which match type you will start first? Broad match. Sure not, broad match. That means you kiasu and you're very scared, you know. You don't want people to, you don't want to accidentally spend too much money. Which match type? Exact match, right? Right? Because exact match, you'll be very careful. You won't get that much traffic. Things don't go wrong, right? You're just experimenting because you're new. You will use exact match or phrase match to test out first. Let's say it's your very first campaign, right? You want to just explore only, okay? So if you make a mistake also, won't be so expensive, okay? So guys who want to have less traffic, they will go exact match, phrase match, okay? So make less mistake. But once you become more confident, you know what you're doing, okay? Then you play around with your broad match. Okay, you know how to control all these things already. You roughly know, when I buy this keyword, maybe I also can attract irrelevant traffic. Let's say in my example, I bought gearbox, meant for engineering, the car guys came as well. Okay, so remember all your mesh type, right? Now there's another mesh type that I didn't put inside here. Okay, that's also quite useful as well when we run campaign, which is called negative match. Okay, negative match. Now, what is a negative match? So let's say, for example, if I buy the keyword Apple computers, okay, and I sell Apple computers, but this guy came into Google search bar that says Apple computers manuals, right? Now, this type of traffic I don't want, okay? This guy is searching for Apple computer manuals. I don't sell manuals, I sell the computers only. So in that sense, I can always put in my system, I say I buy Apple computers, then I put there negative match manuals, okay? And negative is denoted by just a simple minus, then I put there manuals, okay? So that's negative match. Things that I do not want keywords that I do not want to trigger my advertisement copy, okay? So broad match, phrase match, exact match, negative keywords, negative match. Now, negative match is pretty powerful when I use it together with broad match. Okay, so let's say for example, I use my gearbox example. When I bought gearbox, I triggered a lot of car brand names as well. So people say Proton gearbox, Honda gearbox. I attracted those traffic, right? So how to avoid attracting this traffic now? Now that I know my match types. Come again? Negative match, right? I can still buy gearbox, negative match Proton, negative match Honda, negative match Hyundai. Okay, so people who key in, Proton gearbox, my advertisement won't come out. Alright? So I can still go broad match, but I use my negative match to filter out the irrelevant traffic. Okay? Okay, now the important part is really to know your mesh types. Okay, now back to the plan again. So let's say you know your keywords you want to bid, put them into the plan, and in your plan, you can actually tell the system that, hey, this is my CPC, my bid price I'm willing to pay, and this is my budget in a day. Then you sort of draw a graph out, okay? The x-axis here is that this is the CPC price. The higher you bid, how much traffic are you getting? You see that normally the higher you bid, you get more traffic, right? Y-axis is clicks. Okay. Normally the higher you bid, you get more clicks. Okay. The more you bid, the higher you bid. Let's say you bid $10, you bid $20. The $20 will get you more clicks than the $10. Okay. Now there come to a point in time you see the graph there. How come the higher I bid, that suddenly will come down? Now, why it comes down is because you're limited by your budget. Correct? If your budget is only $50 a day, and your bid price is $2 per click, what's your maximum clicks you're going to get? 25, right? But if you were to increase your bid price to $5, the maximum click you can get is only 10. Okay? So the reason why it comes down here, because when you increase your bid price, your budget is still the same, obviously you get less clicks. Okay? So let's say once you're happy, okay, with the keywords in your basket and your plan, you can actually download all this information. These are the list of keywords. This is how much traffic you can get. This is the suggested bid price. Download it into an Excel file. Then you can play around the Excel file to make your decision again, whether you have to buy those keywords or not. Okay? In the research, it says here that, hey, while doing research, keep an eye for negative keywords as well. Alright? Not just looking for keyword ideas, but keep an eye for things that you see here that actually you don't really want to attract. Okay? Okay, one final thing before we take a short break. Now, keyword planner, there is something called where we're able to multiply our keyword list. So let's say, for example, I have a list of words here. These are all colors, alright? Blue, red, yellow. And I have a second list here. It has items, socks, shirts, and pants. Okay? I can always have two lists, and then I can always combine it. And when I combine it, it gives me a list of new keywords. Alright? So I have my blue pants, blue shirts, blue socks, red pants, red shirt, red socks. Okay? If I combine these two lists, check out how much traffic I can get based on these new keywords. Okay? So that's how we multiply as well. We can multiply that. So let's say, for example, here, yes, general terms. You can do girls bathing sets, little girls bathing, girl bathing, teen girls bathing. It's basically using two different things. Just remember, there's one part that is the color, and then there's like the item. Okay? Then they just do, it's a lot of permutation. Alright? You can use the keyword planner for that. Okay? Right. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Let's move on. Right? Now, what we have done is we have just completed the keyword research portion. Now, bear in mind, just now what I explained to you is really just planning only. Okay? We have not executed anything yet. Okay? All this keyword planner, keyword research thing is really to find out what are the keywords to buy, what are the keywords do I need, okay, to put into my campaign. I have not even touched how to set up the campaign yet, okay, because you all haven't opened an account yet, okay. So all you have to recognize is when we do all this digital marketing stuff, there's always a planning stage, okay. And the planning stage now is that, hey, what is the keywords to buy, all right. So now moving on next. Now I know what keywords to buy. How do we write our advertisement copy? Okay, how do we write our copy? There are ways to write a copy to make people want to click on it, and you also have to understand what not to write, because if you do it wrongly, there are policies that the system will actually stop your advertisement, or it will actually suspend your account as well. Okay, so you got to know what's the best practice, what to write and what not to write. So you can still remember now, we have our 3-level structure: accounts, campaign, ad groups. Okay? Ad group level, we have the keyword, we have the ad copy. Okay? So we have done the keyword portion in the sense we have researched the keyword. Okay? We know what to buy. So now we are tackling the ad copy portion. Okay, advertisement copy portion. Just have to recognize the basic structure first. Okay? Now, basic structure, you will have the headlines. Alright, headlines limited by 25 characters. Then you have what we call the display URL, adventure-travel-site.com. That's your display URL, limited by 35 characters. Then you have description line 1, description line 2. Okay, unique guided trips, that is your description line 1. Book once in a lifetime adventure, description line 2. Now, each line is limited by 35 characters. So 35, that's why you see 70 there. But in actual fact, when you run the campaign, it says line 1, 35, line 2, 35. Okay? Cannot write more than 35 characters. Now, then there's something called destination URL. you got to differentiate what is a destination URL with a display URL. Now, display URL is this one here for show only. If this URL doesn't exist, still okay, right? But the domain name must exist. So let's say, for example, if I am Seng Heng, I must make sure the www.sengheng.com is the correct domain name. But if I put sengheng.com/ let's say TV, sengheng.com/TV, if it does not exist, it's okay. Alright, does not matter. Okay? But more important is destination URL. This one must have the page. That page must exist. Okay? What is destination URL? When someone sees this advertisement, click on it, you actually go to the destination URL. Okay? This is the address that the user is supposed to land on. Alright? This is just to see only. Okay? So if this is sengheng.com, this also have to be the domain name sengheng.com also. Alright? It cannot be a different domain name. Same domain name, okay? But the full address can be different. Okay? This one, display URL, if the full address does not exist, no problem. Okay? So, basic structure of an ad copy is title, display URL, description line 1, description line 2. Okay? Can you remember this, these three things? Yes.
Is the display URL included within the description?
No, the display URL is by itself. It's not included in the description. Okay? So, it's actually really these 4 lines. Okay? Now, just let me give you some examples how to write good advertisement copy. Okay, so I'm just assuming that, hey, these are some of the keywords that I'm actually buying, right? India travel package, India travel packages, India travel package to India, and so forth. So I'm actually a travel agency, and I want to promote my travel package to India. Okay, so I already know what keywords I want to buy. Okay, so how do I write my advertisement copy? So first best practice, we try to put the keyword that we want to buy into the advertisement copy. Okay, so let's assume that India travel is a keyword that we are buying. So I'm putting that as a part of my description line 1. Award-winning India travel tours. I make sure India travel inside here. Okay, so one tip is put the keyword you're buying into the advertisement copy. Okay, now when I do that, why do I want to do that? When someone keys in India travel, my ad copy appears, the word India travel will be bold, will be presented in bold. Okay, when you go back later or now, you can just try to key in a search term. Look at the advertisement copy. Okay, you'll see some of the text are being bold. All right, those bold text are those that the terms that you enter into the search bar. Okay, so that's the reason why we put a keyword into the advertisement copy. We can put it in the title. We can put it in the display URL. We can put it in the description line 1, description line 2. Okay, you can put it anywhere, but don't overdo it. Even if you put it inside, make sure when you read the advertisement, it still sounds good. Okay? And at the end of the day, don't forget, it's real life human reading the advertisement. You want it to sound natural. You want it to attract the user. Okay? In your ad copy, second thing, tell people why are you better? What is it that I must buy from you and not from the competitor? Okay, so in this case, they're saying that, hey, I'm award-winning. Okay, I have an award-winning India travel tour. Okay, so these are some of those words that we use to differentiate from the competitor. Okay, so you really have to understand the business or your client's business, find out what is the unique selling point. Try to include that into your advertisement copy as well. Okay. you can include prizes or promotions or exclusives into your advertisement copy as well. So let's say, for example, you're doing a 15% promo, put the 15% there as well, save 50%, right? Or 20% off. Now, the nice thing about putting numbers and symbols, it will attract people as well. Okay, number and symbols attract people as well. But if you have promotion, you should put it in. Now, some advertisement, they will put in the price there as well. So that, you know, if you put a price there, people roughly know, oh, it's this much. So if I'm not within that budget range, I will not go in, right? So let's say you're selling something that is worth, let's say you're selling a gadget, actually it's worth 500 ringgit, right? But your advertisement there doesn't say what's the price. And those guys who are looking for low budget gadgets, you know, when they click on the advertisement, then only they go in, but they found out, hey, this is beyond my budget, then you're wasted the click already. All right? So maybe sometimes we will put in the price to avoid all these budget hunters, wrong traffic, irrelevant traffic to that guy. Okay? So you put it up right, what's the price? Then your traffic is slightly better as well. Okay? In advertisement copy, all right, you got to tell the people what to do, your customer to do. This is what we call to action. Okay, this is a term that we use a lot as well, call to action. What's the call to action in the advertisement? Inside here it says, book your trip today. Okay, you're telling people, hey, this is my benefit. Okay, I'm giving you a discount. Book your trip today. Okay, some other call to action examples: download today, order now. Right? Get one today. So in this case, book your trip today. That's a call to action. Okay. All got that? Good. Okay, another very important thing, you must match your advertisement to your landing page. Remember the relevancy portion? Right? So remember, if you have to say I have copy, save 15%, your landing page also must save 15%. Don't say 15%, come to landing page there, say 5% only. Okay? So make sure it matches. Now there are a bunch of what we call power words that we can actually put into the ad copy. Okay? Things like free, cheap, sales, special offer, tips, learn fast, at last, free shipping. These are just some examples to some words you can put into the ad copy. Okay, actionable words or call to action like download, join for free. Okay, shop stylish shoes online now. Okay, it's like shop now. Say buy online now. Free code. Okay, free code or get your free code today. Okay. Now see, this is a challenge here. We are all, the ad, you are limited to specific number of characters, right? 25 characters for title, 35 for line 1, 35 for description line 2. And within this limited space, you're supposed to tell people about your feature, your USP, you must put in symbols, put in the price, you need to put in call to action. So it is another skill. How do you pack all these things in such a limited space? Right? So all this is really from experience, really from observing how all other people are writing as well. Now the good thing about this is that you can see how all the other guys are writing, right? So you actually can learn from all the other advertisers as well. So let's say, for example, when you go back, you check out keywords like all those competitive industry, like hotel industry, okay, KL hotels. Go and see how people like Agoda or Bookings.com or Expedia, how are they writing the advertisement copy? Okay, some of these guys are all very experienced marketer, so you just pick up, you just see how the style they are writing it. Okay. Now another point to note, it's shown in the slides here, but I have not explained it, is that normally when we write our ad copy, we do what we capitalize the first alphabet of the word, right? So let's say, for example, designer shoes for less, capital D, capital S, okay? This is small f, capital L, okay? So if you look around the experienced advertisers, that's how they will write it, okay? First alphabet of the word, they will capitalize it, okay? Now, that is how some samples how you write a good advertisement copy. Now, you also have to bear in mind, Google have advertisement policies, what you cannot do, all right? If you were to break some of these policies, you get an email from Google and saying that, hey, something wrong with your campaign, something wrong with your ad copy, it's going to be paused or stopped, you better go and fix it. Okay, you'll get emails like that. Then you have to figure out what went wrong and then make those changes. Okay, then continue the campaign again. Now the reason for all these policies is just to make sure that everything is safe and everything is done proper. Also to maintain the relevance. Now, what are the things that we cannot do? Okay, what are the things that we cannot put in our advertisements? So let's say, for example, lose 20 pounds in 3 days. Can we write something like that? Cannot. Very obvious cannot, but why cannot?
Logic.
Not logic, exactly, not logic. Scientifically not proven, okay? You can't really lose 20 pounds in 3 days. Even though if I say I can tell you how, some of you are probably some of you may want to buy a product like that, right? Isn't it? If let's say I can sell you something that can lose you 20 pounds in 3 days, there's a huge market for things like that. Okay? But policy says that, hey, if it's not scientifically proven, you cannot put these type of statements there. Also, let's say, for example, run your cars with water. It's going to be fantastic, right? If you can run our cars with water, but scientifically not proven, so you can't make this type of advertisements. Okay? So maybe a better way to say it is a whole new way to diet. Okay? That is more acceptable. Now another one. It says here, free software downloads. Okay? You can't do this as well. Why? Again? Because of the way how we write the word free and downloads. Cannot simply capitalize free, capitalize downloads like that. Okay? Must do it properly. In terms of capitalization, you only can capitalize the first alphabet of the each word. Okay? You can't just simply capitalize like that. Right? So first alphabet of the word you can capitalize it, but not the whole thing. Now this is an antivirus advertisement. It says, catches more virus than the rest. Okay, download a free trial now. Okay, now most advertisement copy, the policy says that you try not to do superlative claims or claims that compare with other people unless it's proven. Okay, so in this case, if this software says catches more virus than the rest, now when you land on a landing page, the landing page must really tell the user, okay, yeah, who says this, right? And are you really better than the rest or not? Okay, cannot be you say or your customer say. Must be somebody at a higher authority level say so. Okay, so it's not very straightforward if you want to do advertisement like that. I'm better than the other guy. Okay, I have the best pizza in town. Okay, you can't just simply make this type of statements without proof from a higher authority level. Okay, so let's say if I'm a telco and I say that, hey, I have the best phone signal in this area. Okay, unless MCMC, the Multimedia Commission, says so, and have this table proven there, then you can do that. But otherwise, if you say so, you can't. Okay. So typically, when we run our own advertisement, we try to avoid saying we are the number one, we are the best, we are better than the other guy. We try not to say things like that, okay? Even when we run campaigns for ourselves or for our clients. Now this one, very obvious. What's wrong with it? Short forms, you can so just for, for you can do things like for you, your, okay? You can't have too many exclamation mark as well. You can have one, no problem, one is okay. Right? But it can't be so many at one go like that. This one's also very obvious, okay? You can't have all those symbols like that in your advertisement. Okay, you can't do that. This one. Adventure travel package, unique guided trips from 200, book a once in a lifetime adventure. Anything wrong with this? Anything wrong? Actually, nothing wrong with this. Ad copy itself, nothing wrong. Okay? It's only wrong when somebody click on it, go to the page there, trip start from $500. Okay? So, copy by itself, no problem. But make sure landing page supports the ad copy. Okay? This one. Now. Yes, you can put now. Then best guided tour. Okay? You can say you're the best guided tour. Cannot put now. Bye. Cheap. Cannot, not like Pasar Malam. You can do that. Okay? Next one. Yeah, you can't say forget the Hilton and the Marriott. Okay, can't say that. This one, see who can spot this one.
Get started booking.
Which one?
Typo.
Okay. Grammatical error. Once in a lifetime. Okay, just assume that the problem here is not really grammatical. Display URL, nothing wrong with the display URL. Okay. The problem with this here is policy says cannot use click here. Okay? Cannot say click here. Alright? Don't ask me why, but it's one of those things that says you cannot put in click here in your ad copy. Okay? Right, so those are the things that I want to touch in terms of advertisement copy. What are the things to write and what are things to avoid? Okay? Got strength for one more thing or not?
No more.
Let me check first. Okay, why not? Okay, then let me stop here. If I know you guys have some papers tomorrow, I will just stop at this point here, right? Then we continue on tomorrow again. Okay, I got a fair bit to cover, but I think I also need to drill you all in some questions as well. Okay, but before we go, anything that you want to ask or to clarify? What are the exam questions for your test tomorrow? Yes. Come again. Oh, okay. How to register for the Google Partner and the affiliate? Okay. For those who want to find how to register for the partners and affiliate, just have to stay back a little bit. Okay. I think for those who wants to go off and do your wee hours revision, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. For those guys who wants to find out about the Google Partners or register, let's do it tomorrow. Okay, because I think the room need to be we need to empty the room already. Okay. All right. So if you want to do it, come a bit earlier tomorrow. If you need any help, I'll make myself available earlier. Okay. So thank you. All the best tomorrow. Remember to ace your exam tomorrow. Huh? Right. Very good afternoon to everybody. Those who took exam this morning, was it okay? So awesome, right? So good thing is it's gone, it's past, so got a bit more space now, huh, for today, huh? Right. I mean, more memory space, but I'm sure you got a limited space, lah. Huh? You're not hardware, you're human being different. So yeah, let's continue with our second day. I understand, yes, you guys got exams, you got lots of things to absorb, but I can really tell you, if you can make it through your exams and this, it's a great story to tell next time. Isn't it? Won't die one, you still see me here, won't die one. I've been through all this before myself, so many times. Still sang ngao here, no problem. Still here, okay? Still here, alright? Now, just want to explain about exams first, the Google AdWords exams. I've got a question, students are asking, to study for it, where should you go to study? Is it my slides or is it the online materials? Okay. Now to prepare for the exams, really the source, the real source to study is really still the online guides. Okay. Just make sure you study the correct guide for tomorrow's exam. Just focus things on AdWords fundamentals. Okay. This one here. Okay. This part, next time, not now. For tomorrow purposes, we are here. AdWords fundamentals. Everything that's inside here. Okay. Now, of course, in the guide there are a lot of stuff. Try to absorb as much as you can. Okay. The purpose that you all come for all these offline face-to-face classes so that when you read the online materials, it's easier for you to understand and you can understand faster. Okay. Now, how many of you guys read the materials before attending the class? Okay, some got lah. But I think most, because it's exam period, you probably focus on your exam as well. So, but what you should do is that after today, go through there as well, okay? Just to refresh your memory a bit and be prepared for tomorrow's online exam, okay? You have any idea how the exam is going to be like tomorrow? No, it's MCQ, yeah, it's MCQ. Hard, it's not really. You ask me, I say not hard. I've done it so many times. Okay, it's like I said, it's not that hard. Okay, if you have gone through the training, if you've gone through the materials, some part is, I would say, you need to know the foundation, you know theory. Some part you're able to answer the questions by just common sense as well. Okay, so that's the reason why later on I want to go through some questions so you got the hang of it. You have the right techniques how to answer all these exam questions. Okay, so you have a feel already today how is it like. Then tomorrow when you see the exam is easier. Now let me just point out first. To be certified. Okay, to be certified. Yes, there are exams to take. Okay, there are 3 exams in total. All right. Now you only have got to pass the fundamentals, which is what we are doing yesterday and today. That means the exam tomorrow, mandatory must pass one if you're going to be certified. Okay? Then, you have another 2 more modules, alright? The advanced search and the display. Just pass either one of that, either of those 2 modules, plus the fundamentals, certified already. Okay? Of course, you can pass all 3, that will be even better. Okay, just to test your own knowledge. But to be certified is really just pass fundamentals and any one of the others. Alright? And all these are all MCQs. All our MCQ, following all MCQ. Okay, so the exam very straightforward one. You answer all the questions, straight away, immediately you know whether you pass or fail already. Okay, instantly the results will be there, show you your score. Okay. Right, let's proceed with today's modules. This up. Now, before I start today, can you still remember what we did yesterday or not? Can you still remember? Can, So, okay, just some quick tests only lah. Just a quick Q&A here. Now, what do we call the word that we key into the search bar? Search term. Oh, very good, search term. So click the search term, then you get a page that shows the results. What do you call that? SERP. Yeah, what does SERP stands for? Search engine results page. Excellent. Okay. Then search engine results page, you have two types of results. What are they? Organic and paid. Organic and paid. Right. The reason we are learning AdWords is to control which portion? The paid. Okay. Now the one thing about paid and organic that I didn't tell you yesterday is that as an advertiser, even I spend a lot of money paying Google to advertise, it has no effect on my organic result. Okay? So doesn't mean if I'm a big advertiser, I can influence my organic result. No. If my organic result, if my website is lousy, means it's lousy. If you won't get listed, it means you won't get listed no matter how much money I spend as an advertiser. So no relation one. Okay? Doesn't mean you spend more in Google will do you a favor and give you higher organic listing. Okay? No relation. Okay. What is an impression? Okay, the number of time the advertisement is shown to a viewer, right? Impression. Okay. Now a click is a click, when you click on the ad. Okay. What's the click-through rate? Clicks over impression. Okay, great. If you are the top advertiser and then followed by your competitor number 2 and the 3, 4, 5, 6, what do we call those? Position. Okay, position. Those are called position. Position 1, position 2, position 3. Okay, now what influence your position? Ad rank. Ad rank is the one that influences your position. Okay, you have high ad rank score, you get highest position. Okay, cool. You know that. Now, what is the formula for ad rank? Maximum CPC times quality score. Good. So that means if I have a big budget, I can push my ad rank up. But if I have no budget, I focus on the quality score. Okay. Now, what influences the quality score? Relevance. Okay. Now, what is relevance? Relevance of your keyword to your ad copy and to your landing page. Okay, your website, but normally the term used is landing page. Okay, so keyword, ad copy, landing page, all relevant. That will give you a good quality score. What else? CTR, click-through rate. If you have a good click-through rate, that means your score is high, right? High click-through rate, high score. Good. What other things can influence the quality score? Landing page quality, okay, landing page quality. Some more? Speed, yeah, speed. Ad extension, right. Remember, ad extension does influence quality score as well. But ad extension influences ad rank directly more. Ad extension. So ad extension is important these days. Okay, one of those new things that influence your ad rank. Okay. Now, when we have no idea what keywords to start our campaign, what do we do? Keyword research. Okay, so that's the reason why you have the keyword planner tool. Okay, to do keyword research, right? Then once you have your keywords, you know how many people are keying inside the system. You know the demand. Okay, that's your planning stage. Okay, then you also got to plan your advertisement copy. Right? So far what we have done really is all planning purpose, and if you have not really executed into the system yet. Because executing the system is really just filling up a form. Okay, filling out a form is very straightforward, very simple. Okay, it's a planning that takes a lot of time. Okay, if you don't plan well, your campaign may not do so well for you. But if you plan, you take time to plan, okay, you get the results that you want. Okay. Now, even I tell all my clients as well, or all the agencies out there, the objective is not really to just execute and see your advertisement. Some companies very funny, you know. They buy keyword, they do ad copy, they see advertisement, they say, wow, that was the objective, just to get my advertisement up. Okay? That is not the real objective. Why do we advertise in the first place? Get sales, right? It can be even for sales. It can be for lead generation. Okay, you want names and phone number so that you can call them up and do a presentation. Okay, not everything can just take your credit card and buy online. A gearbox 20, 30,000 credit card cannot go through sometimes. Okay, so sometimes you want to do lead generation as well. You want to get people to download your stuff. So bear in mind, there's always an objective, right? You want people to go to your website to meet an objective. Okay, objective-wise, there are two types of objectives. There's what I call direct response. That means you go to the site there and do something, right? That means it can be a transaction. Okay, buy something, download something, or you want someone to give your contact details there. So that's direct response. Okay, direct response. Okay, the other objective is more for branding purposes. You want people just to see your brand, see the name, see the logo only. Okay, the other one is for branding purposes. Right. Now, let me continue today with our ad extensions. Now, what you saw yesterday was the default ad structure. Okay, what I mean by the default ad structure, remember you have the title, the display URL, the description line 1, description line 2. That is your basic structure. Now, in addition to the default structure, I can add more things to it as well. Alright, that's where when competition are doing the same thing, you want to do something extra. Okay, so let's say if my competitor also follow what I do, how I can overcome it is that, hey, why not I do this extra thing here? Okay, which is adding in ad extensions. Now this is just on the dashboard where I can find all my extensions. Let me go through it one by one, the extension. Now there are 6 extensions that the system will allow you to put in. Okay. Now in practical sense, we don't use all of them, okay, but they are there. Right? So let's say I go through the first one, location extension, call extension, site links, app review and call out. Okay, I'll do each of them one by one. So the first one, location extension, you will have the standard ad structure. Underneath it, you'll see the address of the company. Alright? So that's what I call location extension. It just allows you to put your address into the advertisement copy. Okay? Ad extension. Now, how do I put my address in? The company must register themselves with something called Google My Business. Okay? Then link the AdWords account with Google My Business. Then the address will be here already. Okay? That's how we execute it. Now, at this stage here, my purpose is just to let you know there are this type of extension. Alright? How to execute it, you got to read it up yourself. Okay? Because exam question, they don't really ask you how it's executed. Right? They just want to know that, hey, you are aware of this thing, got that thing, and how's the strategy to go about doing business decisions. Okay? So, all you got to know for now is that, hey, there's something called location extension. Okay? It allows me to put my business address next or under my default ad copy. Okay? So that's the first one, location extension. Now, location extension is pretty useful, especially when a lot of us these days are surfing or searching via the mobile. Okay? So what happens is that if you are within that area, the advertisement comes up, you can see the address of the business. Chances are people will actually look at the address, click on it, he will go to the Google Map, and then find himself walking towards that area there. Okay? So if you click on the location extension, you show the map out. Okay? You go to Google Maps out. Okay, so that's location extension. Next extension is call extension. Okay, now what's a call extension? When I use a call extension, if I were to search on a mobile phone, okay, you will search on a mobile phone, you will see a call button next to my advertisement. Okay, next to the ad copy, you will see the call button. When you click on the call button, the phone number will populate itself in your mobile phone, but it won't make the call yet until you push your actual phone, the call button. Okay, when you click on this one, it's just populate the phone number only. Right? It hasn't made the connection until you click on your own phone call button. Okay. Now, what research has said is that, hey, when you have a call button here, chances are your click-through rate will improve by 6 to 8%. Okay, that's what people are saying. So I also know for a fact that when I put a call extension here, there'll be actually more business because sometimes people prefer to give you a call rather than fill up a form. Okay, because it's easier to discuss that, hey, make an appointment, are you around today? No, not today, and then the tomorrow or the day after. So people still like to talk or ask questions immediately. So people still like to call. So a call button next to the ad is pretty useful as well. Now, that was on the mobile phone, but if you were to see on your desktop or your notebook, you definitely won't see the call button there, right? But you'll see actually the phone number itself. Okay, you see the phone number if you use call extension. Okay, so the strategy is this: when you want to tell people your phone number, you don't really waste the space and put it inside your description line 1 or description line 2. Okay, we use the call extension to display the phone number, right? In this particular ad, you'll notice that it has call extension, location extension as well. Okay, so extensions can appear together with each other one, right? That's how we make our advertisement from the default one so small, slowly build on top, make it bigger and bigger. All right. Disadvantage, right? What happens when? Okay, let me ask you a question. What happens when your advertisement copy becomes bigger? Last time this tall, now slightly bigger, slightly taller. What happens? It's more visible, right? It's more visible. It dominates more space on the screen, right? When you dominate more space on the screen, what happens? Higher chance of people clicking on it, right? So you may get a high CTR as well. Okay, that's the reason why they say they discovered 6 to 8% more CTR because the advertisement is bigger, right? Especially on a mobile, advertisement bigger, your screen so small, your next advertiser goes out of the screen already. Okay, so that's how people become top position number 1, and then you kick the second guy out of the screen by making your ad copy bigger. Okay. Now the next one, so you have location extension, you have call extension. The next one, site link extensions. Okay, now what is a site link extension? Basically, they are adding links to your website under the standard ad copy. Alright? So you have your standard copy, you have your location extension here, underneath it you have your site link extension. Okay, so this could just be links to other parts of your website. Okay, again, this makes your advertisement copy even bigger, right? And more links inside there. Okay, so normally what we do is that we actually do put in site link extensions for our ad copy. We put in our location extension, we put in our call extension. Okay, in real life we do that as well. Now, app extension. Okay, now app extension is only important for guys who have apps that they want people to download. Okay, so if you're an app developer and you want people to download your app, you can advertise and you can promote the app, and then when people can see that button there, the free button, click on it, you go into the app store there, okay, the Play Store, and that's where they'll download it. Okay, so app extension, it may not be applicable for everybody. Okay, only for those guys who have apps. The next one, review extension. Now, if you have other website, credible sites who say good things about you, okay, you can actually put it in the system as well, saying that, hey, this particular website said this about me. You put in the, whatever you want to put inside there, but you also must quote the source. Okay, who is it that is saying good things about you? Alright, and the source has to be a credible source. Then you can use the review extension. So let's say, for example, here it says, I'm seriously in love with all of these plants. BusyAtHome.com. This is the review extension. Okay, so it has to be a credible source. Now, review extensions again may not be that popular because you need to have a credible site to say good things about you. Okay, not so commonly used. Okay, the next one, call out extension. Call out extension, we use it a lot as well. Now, call out extension is very similar to the site link extension. It's just that the call out extension, you can't click on it. Okay, it's just pure text, and it just appears as part of below your default ad copy as well. So it's just another means of allowing you to tell people what is so good about your business. Normally we use it to tell people more about our unique selling point, right? So it says here, price match guarantee, easy returns and exchange. Okay. So difference between call out and site link extension. Call out extension, you can click on it. Site link extension, you can click on it. Okay? Site link extension is really just the links to all the different parts of your website. Okay? So those are all the extensions. Alright? So all you got to recognize is, hey, you must use extension. Why? Because it helps in your ad rank. Okay? So Google AdWords is saying that, hey, please advertiser use extension because it helps in your business. It helps people, it helps you get clicks on it so that people go to your website. Okay. So, and these are the various extensions you can use: location, call, site links, ad, review, call out. Okay. So far so good, right? So you know how to use call extensions, in theory, in theory. Okay. So bear in mind, what we are doing these 2 days is a lot of theory. So even after you pass the exam already, do spend time to actually go in to play around with it. Okay, really open AdWords account. No need to put credit card inside, but just play around the system. Right? It helps a lot, your understanding even better. Okay. Okay, now, next part. Now that you have done your keyword research, you got your bunch of keywords already, you have figured out your advertisement copy, okay? You know what to write, you have all your advert copy already, and can you still remember what is campaign settings all about? Can you remember what we put in campaign settings? Remember the 3 levels in the first place first? The 3 levels: accounts, campaign, ad groups, right? Ad group will have your keywords, ad copy. Alright, so I have keyword ad copy, okay, no problem in creating my ad group. Now, campaign level, what we need to decide before I go in the system to key them in? Budget, right? Budget. Bidding style. What is bidding style? I'll explain later what's bidding style. Alright, how you want to, there are a few ways to do bidding. Okay, then you also decide, hey, I want to do search network or display network. Right? Then you decide location. Okay, where you want to advertise. You want to advertise in Malaysia, you advertise in Singapore, or you advertise in the whole world. But please, in real life, you don't advertise the whole world just like that. Now, quick question. If I want to really advertise the whole world, how do I structure the campaign? How would I structure the campaigns? Do I create one campaign that says, let's target the whole world? No, right? I will create one campaign for Malaysia, one campaign for Singapore, one campaign for Thailand, one campaign for each country. Right? Very simple reason. Every country, different behavior, right? Different language. How you do your ad copy messaging is going to be very different as well. Okay? So that's the reason we don't say target the whole world just like that. Okay? Alright, let's start with setting up campaigns. Now, let's say you have opened your AdWords account already, right? Then you tell the system that, hey, I want to start my first campaign. Okay? we click on this portion here, normally there's a red button there to tell you where to click. Huh? Alright, so it says create plus campaign means create a new campaign. The system will ask you, what sort of campaign you want to create? Search network with display select, search network, or first one, search network with display select. Second option, search network only. Third option, display network only. Now, I will not cover shopping and online video. It's not within our scope here. Just have to remember these three first. Alright? Search network with display select, search network, display network. Okay? Now, before you select these three options, you need to know what are they first, right? You need to know what is a search network, what is a display network, isn't it? So let's go through each of them. Actually, I explained yesterday what is search network, right? Correct. Can you remember what is a search network? Got the search bar, right? Okay. There's a clear giveaway. Got search bar, quite likely a search network. But basically, the search network is your google.com.my, google.com, google.com.sg, all the various Google search domains. Okay. So that is what we call the search network. So ads can appear throughout sites on the Google search network. Okay. Basically used to connect with customers who are searching for your products and services. Okay, remember the example I gave yesterday? If somebody were to key in when they're having problems, they will key in, and if you are there when your ads appear, you actually may get that sale, or at least that appointment, right? So mainly search is you really want to connect with your customer in that way, okay? To reach out to them when people are actually searching for your products or your services, or having a problem that your products or service can actually help to solve. So the example I gave here is a plumber who wants to promote his plumbing service when people are searching for help, right? So let's say you can buy keyword like what? Tangki Bocho, and then your advertisement come up. Straight away, if they see this the plumber to call, they actually will call the plumber because it's real emergency, right? So you can buy all these problem statements, right? Problem statements, leaking pipes, burst water pipes. Okay, so let's say key burst water pipes. You see a plumber advertising there and the phone number there. Quite likely you'll call that number first. Okay. So that's for search. Now, display network. What's the display network? Okay. Now, if you choose the display network, your advertisement will appear in the display network. Okay, now what is display network? Basically, they are websites, right? They are websites like your Star Online, your Malaysia Kini, your favorite blogs, all your other favorite digital publishers. Okay, so basically, they are websites. All of them join the Essence program, and you can actually advertise via the display network. Now, advertisers who advertise display network, the main purpose most of the time is really for branding purposes, right? Because when you advertise on the display, you will get a lot of impressions, right? Let's say, for example, if I want to advertise on the Star Online, it's going to be a lot of viewers, right? A lot of people reading the online papers these days. So I have a lot of impression, but maybe not many people will click on it, right? So if I want to get a lot of people knowing my brand, right? I can always advertise on display network. Why? Because it will give me a lot of impression. Now, search generally will give you less impressions, right? Less amount of traffic, because in order to get traffic from search, people must know about you first, right? Or must know about the products or the services that you are offering, right? But if let's say you're offering something totally new, okay? No one's going to search for it. So let's say, for example, 4 or 5 years back, there's no such thing as a Uber service or a Grab taxi service, right? So who's going to search for it? If you have to buy these type of keywords, you definitely get zero traffic, right? Because there's no such thing at that time, right? So if you are a Uber, if you are a Grab taxi, you got to do interactive marketing, right? That means you got to put a banner out on websites to tell people, hey, this is what we do, this is something unique, right? So you have to do a interruptive marketing, and via display network is what we call interruption type of marketing as well. While reading the articles, then suddenly you see a banner there. Okay? Then that's how they build their brand, that's how they build awareness to the market. Okay? So remember, display network normally is for branding purposes. Okay? Now, then the third option, search network with display select. So, in simple terms, what it means is that you're actually choosing an option to advertise in both of the network at the same time. Okay? They will share the same budget. They share the same budget, and it will be used for both search and display. All right. Now, traditionally, I will create a search network only campaign, and then after that, another display network only campaign, two separate campaigns. Okay. But there's an option. Okay, so for some advertisers, I can combine search and display together by using this option, search network with display select, and just use one single budget and advertise. Okay, so it's for companies who say that, hey, I have a business, people will search for me, but at the same time, I think I also want to put banners out to add other people's websites to show people about my products and services. Okay, so that is search network with display select, combine to one budget, right? Don't bother trying to see what's inside there. This is just a screenshot of the campaign setup page. Okay, these are the things that I need to fill up when we build our campaign. Okay, so I'll go through it one by one. Now, remember the first step. The first step is at the bottom, just now before that, was to choose what type of campaign you want to create: a search or search network, display network, or search network with display select. Okay. Now, once you have say, for example, if you have search, you have selected search network, you come into this screen like that. Okay. They'll ask you, what do you want to name your campaign? Okay. By default, they'll say campaign 1. Okay. Normally, we do not name our campaign 1, campaign 2, campaign 3. Because when it comes to your 50 campaign, you probably can't remember what was campaign 1 all about. You won't remember. Okay, so there are some naming conventions for naming a campaign, so that when you look at it, you know that, oh, okay, this is actually a search network campaign targeting Malaysia, promoting this specific product, right? So what you're proposing here is this, is that, hey, why don't you use some prefix? So for example, I can use SRCH to stand for search. It's a US campaign targeting English language, okay, targeting tablets. So at one look, I know what is this campaign about, rather than campaign 2. What is campaign 2? Okay. Now again, doesn't matter how you name your campaign, it won't affect the performance of your campaign. It's just for you, when you see it, you know what is the campaign all about. Okay. So that's naming of the campaign. Then when you scroll lower down a bit of the screen, okay, you ask you again, are you very sure or not? Are you going to do a search network only targeting, or do you want to change your mind or not to do other networks or the display network? Okay. So you ask you again your campaign type. Are you doing search network or display network, or combining search with display network, which is search with display select? Now, let's say if we were to select, in this case, search with display select. If we select search network, there will always be a check bar here that says include search partners. Okay, search partners, who are the search partners? Search partners are people like Google Maps, other search portals, but in Malaysia we don't have them. Okay, if in US they have the Virgin, they have the AOL, those are search partners. Okay. Normally for us here, normally we will not put in the include search partners, okay, unless we want to advertise in Google Maps, okay. Then you scroll down a little bit more, then the system asks you, okay, what device you want to target? Okay, what device you want to target? You want to target the mobile, or you want to target the desktop? Okay, there are only these two types only. Now, for search network, by default, you can't choose. You target all. The system forces you to advertise all, mobile and desktop together. Okay, mobile, desktop, tablets, all the devices, if search network. If you were to choose display network, then they give you an option, right? Do you want to target only the mobile, or you target only the desktops only, right? So display network more flexible, more things to choose. If you do search network, you are forced to just advertise all the devices, okay? So in this case, if I were to choose display-only campaigns, I'll see additional options being shown, right? It says advanced mobile and tablet options. And the advanced is quite advanced, right? You can target things like operating systems of your mobile phone, the device model, the carriers and Wi-Fi. So it means is that, hey, I want to advertise to only all the Android-based phone, right? Using version 4.4. Then only advertise to users of a Samsung specific model, phone model number, right? Then what carrier? I want to advertise to people who are only using the DG line. Okay, we can do those type of targeting when we do display network only. Okay. Now, when I scroll down lower a bit, then the system asks me, hey, what's the location you want to advertise? Where about you want to advertise? Okay, where you want your ad copy to be shown. So by default, if your AdWords account is a Malaysian account, you will show Malaysia, right? If it's a US account, it says location US. Okay, now when we create our AdWords account, we probably put Malaysia. You will probably see the location here says Malaysia. In this case, this is a US example, so it puts there US and Canada. Now in the system, if let's say you do not want to choose your default country, now there's a function there that you can actually use. There's an advanced search there that you can actually enter and say that, hey, okay, I want to choose my own country. Other countries, not the default, I can put there, let's say Singapore, Thailand, and so forth. I can also put in a state in the country as well. So let's say I want to target only Selangor, right? I target only Selangor, but I do not want to target people in, let's say, Subang Jaya. I can do that as well. So I can add location, I can also exclude location out, okay, for targeting. This again, a US example, but just if you think in Malaysia, if let's assume that that was Selangor, okay, so let's say if this is the area, blue is the whole state, then part of the state, the red color, I do not want to advertise there. So let's say use local example, I can always advertise in Selangor, but I say, okay, I do not want to advertise in Subang Jaya. Then you show that in red spot there, okay? Or I say, I want to target whole of Malaysia, right? But I do not want to advertise in Kuala Lumpur. Can do that as well. I do not want to advertise in Kuala Lumpur, I do not want to advertise in Penang, I do not want to advertise in Terengganu, for example. I can do all this exclusion as well, okay? So one part is I can tell the system where I want to advertise and where I don't want to advertise in the smaller subset of the bigger area. Okay. Now the other way of targeting, I can do a radius targeting. Okay, around the area, let's say 20 miles around the area, and advertise there. So let's say, for example, if I have a pizza shop in Cyberjaya here, right? So I just say that, hey, around Cyberjaya here, this area, let's say MMU here, I want to advertise 20 kilometers around MMU. I can do that. So a person who is within that 20, or let's say 20 miles of the, within that MMU area, you see my advertisement. If they're outside of their radius, they won't see my advertisement. Okay? It's through the telco tower, through IP address. So they'll know where you are. If you don't open location services, then no. Then quite not easy to detect, right? They will have. There will be algorithms. So all these are clues of where you are, right? I think if you are using Android, very easy to track where you are as well. Or you're using Google Now, you're all using Google Now, I think quite easy to track where you are as well. Okay, so be careful how you use location services. Easy to identify where you go. Okay, now talking about location, as an advertiser, so let's assume that if, let's say next time when you advertise already, then you get your results back and you discover that, hey, I advertise the whole of Malaysia. Let's say my gearboxes, I advertise whole of Malaysia. And I discovered that, hey, in Penang, I'm getting a good ROI there. Okay, people who call me from Penang seems to give me good returns compared to anywhere else. So what I can do is that I can always target just for Penang. I say, hey, I want to bid higher. Okay, or other country, maybe I bid $1 maximum CPC. Okay, in Penang, I say I don't mind going 20% higher. So this is what I call bid adjustment. I can set in the system, Penang, bid adjustment 20%. If someone from Penang searching my keywords, right, I don't mind entering the auction at a 20% higher price, right? So that's what they mean by bid adjustment. Okay, I can adjust my bid based on location in this case. Okay, there are other criteria, but in this case now here, I can adjust my bid based on location as well. Okay, with the main objective because I think this gives me a good ROI. I don't mind bidding higher. Okay, that gives me more traffic to my site. Any questions at all on bid adjustment? Quite important, Okay, bid adjustment. Got it, So this is bid adjustment for location, Yes.
The bid adjustment is specific for location, or can we use it when
there are other areas as well you can do bid adjustment. So because I'm covering location, so I mentioned it here. But you can do bid adjustment for time. You can do bid adjustment for devices. So let's say you're getting more results from the mobile, right? I can do bid adjustment on mobile. If this user is searching on the mobile, I want to bid higher, so I increase it. Okay. Now bid adjustment is not always increasing. You can also decrease also. So let's say, for example, now just like I mentioned, when we do search network, the system forces to advertise in mobile and desktop, right? So let's say I do not want to advertise on mobile at all. How can I use bid adjustment to do that? Lower it, right? All the way to zero, right? All the way to zero, then my ads won't come out for the mobile, right? So I control using bid adjustment, I can do that. Okay? So this is just an example how bid adjustment is done. Select the previous slide. Previous slide, just select the specific location. Click on the bid adjustment. Tell the system in terms of percentage points, okay, plus how many percentage or minus how many percentage. Once you tell the system, confirm. In this case here, it says United States under bid higher 20% more. All right. So that's how they do bid adjustments. Now, going back to our campaign form again. Okay, just assume that you're scrolling down the form. Then the form asks you now, okay, you already decided where you want to advertise. Now, what language do your customers speak? They're asking you. Okay, default, they'll put English. You see English here, but let's say you want to target other languages. These are all the languages available in the system. Okay. Now, one of the way of how the how Google determines the language of the user, I think when you have your own Google account, it's based on the language setting in your profile there, right? So it follows that. Now bidding and budgeting. Now you scroll the form lower down a bit more. Now this is where, just as I mentioned, bidding options. Okay, you get to see your bidding options. The system will ask you, how do you want to bid? Okay. The one at the top here you see is, it says, I will manually set my bids for clicks. That's a default, all right? We call that manual CPC, okay? Manual CPC bidding, all right? So that means you yourself as advertiser, you decide how much you want to pay most for your one click. All right. So manually setting my bids. All right. That's in exam questions or the jargon people use. They will say manual CPC. Now the other option is I will let Edwards decide how much you should pay the system for each click. All right. So that's called automatic bidding. Okay, automatic bidding. So it's as good as, hey, it's as good as you as advertiser, you tell the system, this is my budget, 100 ringgit a day. You design the system, you decide how much one click will cost me. That's what it's all about, automatic bidding. Okay, but of course, the system objective will be to give you as many clicks as possible based on your budget. All right, automatic bidding. Yes.
So the bidding depends on how many space the Google system can provide, or is it like competition by who bids more organizations?
It's an auction, so it's based on all the other advertisers as well, right? So here is just saying that now you can design, you yourself determine what is the bid price, which is the first option, or you let AdWords decide for you what is the bid price, okay? But you must give the system what's your budget, okay? You must tell the system what's your budget, all right? So if let's say I do not want the system to help me design, I will use the first one, okay? Manual CPC, the default option. I will decide how much I want to bid for all my keywords one by one. I will design myself. I don't need the system to help me. I'll use a manual, okay? But let's say I trust the system to do it for me, I'll just use the automatic bidding, which is the second option, okay? This button here. Okay. Now, let's say if I want to choose the manual version, I myself design, the system also asks me, okay, you want to design yourself? Now you tell me your default bid. How much do you want to bid as a default, so that when you buy or when you bid any of the keywords, that is the number they're going to use as a default, right? But you can still change later on each and single one of them. But if you don't change, they'll use the default bid. If I put $2 there, all my keywords go into auction at $2. Okay? So that's the default bid. Then there's the budget here. Alright, the budget. Budget, don't always remember, budget is a daily budget. Okay? Not a monthly budget. Can you imagine if you put a monthly budget number inside here, what happens? Big difference, huh? Right? You see the word budget, you straight put a monthly budget inside there, $3,000. It's actually $3,000 per day, not per month. Huh? So whatever you put inside there, it's a daily budget. Now, the basic option, okay, what you saw just now was basic option. Manual bidding or automatic bidding, the focus is on what they call here, focus on clicks, all right? Focus on clicks. There are two other bidding options as well, two other bidding strategy as well. So just now it was focus on clicks. Then there's other option called focus on conversion. Okay, focus on conversion, what is that? Now, let's say when we advertise, we have a goal. We have a goal. So let's say, for example, I want people to come on my website so they can fill out a form. I can capture their name and their email address. It goes to a thank you page. That is my goal. And that can also be my conversion. Okay, I send traffic to my website, or to a page. The person fills out the form. Here's a thank you page. That is my goal. I can call that one conversion. Okay, so rather than charging based on per click, I can always tell the system or run the campaign such a way in that, hey, I will pay you based on conversions. Okay, if you meet my goal, here is X number of dollars. Okay, I can do it that way. Now again, focus on conversion or what they call conversion optimizer. Okay, it has some criteria before you can actually use it. Okay, you need to have 15 conversions, 15 conversion first to happen, so that the system knows the behavior, it knows how to calculate, how to help you get the conversion within a 30-day time frame. Then only you can use focus on conversion. When you start a brand new campaign, you can't use that because no conversion yet, right? There's no traffic, no nothing yet. Okay, so normally focus on conversion. You must run some traffic, run the campaign first. After a while, you get 15 conversions. Okay, then only you see the option being enabled. Alright, so another new term, conversion. You must know what is a conversion, right? What is a conversion? So a conversion, if I'm doing lead generation, means people fill out my form, that's my conversion. If I'm an e-commerce website, a conversion means a transaction, a sale. Alright? Or people come to your website, download something. That can be a conversion as well. Okay? Now the next focus. Focus on impression. Okay? Now, search network, it's not an option for search network, focus on impression. Focus on impression is only for the display network. Alright? So when you do search network, it's only focus on clicks, focus on conversion. Okay? Impressions is really for display network. So in display network, you can pay using a different method, right? So one way is pay using, you pay based on clicks, right? How many people click on it? But if it's impression, okay, or what they call cost per impression, CPM, CPM. CPM means cost per 1,000 impression. How much are you willing to pay for 1,000 impression? So if I say $5 CPM, what I mean is you pay $5 for every 1,000 times this advertisement is shown to different people, right? So that's what I mean by $5 CPM. Okay, so CPM is another jargon that industry use, cost per impression. All right. So when you say CPM, it's not cost per million, it's cost per 1,000. All right, cost per 1,000 impression. Okay, CPM. So in the industry, you'll hear people say, "Hey, what's a CPC?" Which they mean this one, cost per click. How much you are going to pay for a click? Or hey, what's the CPM? How much are you going to pay for 1,000 impression? Okay, so you just have to just train yourself up. Display network, chances are CPC and CPM. Search network, only CPC. Okay, or you can do CPA. CPA can do for search and display. Both can do CPA as well. Okay. Now this one is just to explain focus on conversion. So it says here, only enabled when I have 15 conversions within the 30 days time frame. I will explain that. So let's say once you met the criteria, the system allows you to do focus on conversion. The system will ask you, okay, let's do CPA. How much are you willing to pay the system when one goal is met? Okay, so it says here, what is your maximum CPA? Again, the system will recommend to you. It says, hey, the system is recommending $18.10 each time we get one conversion. So let's say, for example, if I've been running campaigns to collect names and email address, so the system is saying that, hey, for one name and email address, are you willing to pay me $18.10 or not to get that conversion? Okay? So it's up to me what I want to put in. In this case example here, I do not want to pay $18.10. I say no, let's do it at $15 per conversion. Okay, so that's what the screen there is saying. This one.
You specify everything, all the details, and you have the data, and you bid your price. Is Google responsible to give you your goal? Give you that certain number of conversions?
It will try its best to give based on this number, right? You'll try to give around this number or below. Right? So what you're telling the system is this, hey, maximum 15, right? Don't hit more than 15 to achieve my goal. So what is going to happen? If I put it too low, you may not see results. If you put higher, then maybe you get more conversions, potentially, right? You see, the reason why the system is able to suggest, hey, why don't we do this 1810? Because remember the criteria, the system needs to have 15 conversions first before it allows you to do this option. Now, because we have 15 conversions ready, the system sort of like have some sort of historical data, know roughly what sort of behavior, know what sort of data points that can be used to optimize the campaign to help you as an advertiser to bring the conversions in. Okay. Now, just bear in mind that the conversion optimizer is something slightly more advanced, right? Just understand how to do CPC first. Focus on clicks first. Focus on clicks has the manual way, which you yourself decide how much you want to pay maximum for one click, and then the automatic bidding. All right, that means you let the system decide for you how much you want to pay for one click. So that is focus on clicks. You can do manual, you can do auto. All right. Impression, I just mentioned that impression is really just for display network only. Now, in the system itself, there is something called flexible bid strategies. Okay, just assume that it's a program. It's some program that you just tell the system, hey, this is the goal, and the system will actually configure itself and try to meet that goal. All right, based on the strategy you want them to do. Now there are a couple more flexible bid strategies. I'm just going to show two here only. Okay. Now the first one says maximize clicks. Okay. Now if I select that option, the system is just going to help me get as many clicks as possible based on the budget that I give the system. All right. So that's one strategy, maximize clicks. Okay. So let's say if you are a website, all you want is just clicks. All you just want is people visiting your site. Okay. Maybe you are a publisher. You just want people to come in and read your articles only. Okay. You may want to maximize traffic to your website in this manner. Second bid strategy, target search page location. Okay. Target search page location, what does that mean? It means that I'm telling the system, hey, I want my advertisement to always be on the first page or on the top 3 of the results. Okay. So I can just tell the system, let's do a target search page location as my strategy. Okay, and then you get your advertisement to be on the top of the page. Okay, so the system will decide how much to bid, but you tell the system your budget. Okay, and the system will auto adjust itself to try to get you based on your goal here, which is to be on the top position. Okay, the top page position, or at least the first page position. Like I said, there are a few other flexible bid strategies. I'll just show you these two only. Okay. Budget. Now, this is the part where you tell the system how much I spend per day, right? Now, there come a point in time, or there'll be scenario where if you were to check how much the system actually spend per day, okay? Now, you may notice that the system may spend 20% more of your daily budget, right? If you see on a single day basis, right? But if you were to average it out in a month, okay, over 30 days, okay, in Google calculation, 1 month is actually 30.4, okay? If you average it around 30.4 days, it will not go more than your daily budget. Okay, so I've got clients, or potentially you will get clients that say, hey, I already said $100 maximum, don't spend more than $100. But how come last week, Wednesday, the system helped me spend 120 ringgit? It's possible, right? Because on a specific single day, it's possible to spend 20% more of your daily budget, right? But if you average it out across 30.4 days, you will not be more than your daily budget. Okay? So just remember that. right? You all get the daily budget part? Okay, okay, let me explain again. Now, normally I tell the system, daily budget, what's the maximum you're willing to go for, right? So if I put $100 a day, okay, don't spend more than $100 a day, I'm telling the system. But there are times where when you check your data, you suddenly realize that, hey, how come yesterday the system spent more than my daily budget, right? I'm saying that it's possible. It may happen, okay? If you have to check on a daily basis, it may happen that maybe last or yesterday the system spent $110, okay? Or the day before $120, okay? You will not spend 20% more of your daily budget, but it can spend more. You definitely will spend more than your daily budget. It can happen.
But not more than 20%.
But not more than 20% on the daily basis. Okay, that's one point. Now, the second point is, if I were to average it out in 30.4 days, okay, 1 month, Google's calculation 1 month is 30.4 days, it will not be more than that daily budget number. Alright? So if I calculate every day for 30.4 days, then divide by 30.4, you will not be more than $100. That means you will not be more than your daily budget. Okay?
If we use the 30.4
as a month, yeah.
They will never exceed our budget.
They will not exceed your daily budget, yeah. Okay. Okay. In budgeting, that one you just have to understand that portion, then you should be alright. No, okay. If you were to adjust it every day, then they will just the calculation will be different already, right? On average, on your average, based on your adjustment, they also will calculate based on the 30.4. Divide by 30.4. Okay, you will not spend more than even all your adjustments. But to simplify the scenario, okay, what I'm trying to say is that if you don't adjust your daily budget, right, you will not spend more than that 30.4 days. If you total it up and divide by 30.4, you will not spend more than that daily budget, right? Now, can I stay with me, right? This is only campaign settings only, This is just to figure out how to fill out that one form. Actually, very fast to fill out the form. I'm just explaining the mechanics of it, okay? Right, so at least you understand what's the logic behind it, right? Now, something called delivery method, Delivery method. Now, there are two methods here. There's something called standard delivery method, another one called accelerated delivery method. Okay, now what are they? Standard. If let's say you don't have a big budget, you are limited by budget, right? If you are limited by budget, so that means, for example, if let's say in that one day, by right, there's about 100 people searching for the keyword that you are bidding, all right? If you don't have enough budget, maybe you only can cover 20 out of these 100 people, okay? Now, if I use standard delivery, my advertisement will appear throughout the whole day, okay? If I use standard delivery. So let's say, for example, if my budget is 20 ringgit, right? My budget is 20 ringgit and I'm doing $2 per click, right? 20 ringgit budget, $2 per click, I only can get how many clicks? 10, right? 10 clicks. So each time someone click, my budget reduced by $2. Another person click, reduced by $2 again, correct? But if I know, let's say one day, if my budget is big enough, I can capture 100 clicks on. But because my budget is very small, I only can capture 10 clicks based on my budget. Now, if I do accelerated, each time someone click, each time someone search for using my keyword, I show the advertisement, someone's click, my budget reduce. Okay. Now, if we keep reducing up to a point, let's say by late morning, budget finish, right? My advertisement will stop. to show because no more budget, right? So whoever keys in the afternoon, in the evening, advertisement will not come out, right? So that is for accelerated. Now, if I use standard, my minimum budget, the system will try to spread it out throughout the whole day, right? So sometimes people in the morning, some people who use the keyword may see my ad, or some may not see my ad, because I'm trying to reserve my budget to last the whole day, okay? So if I have a small budget, and I want my advertisement to be shown throughout the whole day, but may not be all the time, because my budget is limited, okay? I can use standard delivery. That's what it means. So that some people in morning I can capture, some people in the afternoon I also can capture, some people in the evening I can capture that as well, okay? But I may not capture every single time someone keys in the keyword, okay? So sometimes you key the keyword, you see my advertisement. Sometimes you key in, you don't see my advertisement, right? Because I want my budget to last the whole day. Now, if budget is not an issue, right? If you have a big budget, you can use accelerated. Okay, each time someone key in the search term that match your keyword, your advertisement will definitely come out if you use accelerated. So you can capture every time someone keys in that keyword that you bid for. Okay. Yes.
What happens whenever you use standard or accelerated? Your times up. Like for example, once you use standard, like they already viewed it a couple of times during the morning. When someone else searches for the same term, what do they find?
Okay.
Second rank?
Okay. Now it's the same person, right? It's not the same person who key in, right?
Yes.
So let's say the same person key the keyword, saw the advertisement. If they don't click on it, it's still okay because I still got the budget, right? Then you just keep showing. The only thing is when someone clicks on it, reduces my budget. Okay, up to a point I have no more budget, then it won't show anymore.
But what will it show?
Nothing, because you have no budget to show it. You have no budget to trigger, you have no budget to enter the auction. You have no more money left to enter the auction, right? So if you don't have money to enter the auction, definitely your advertisement won't come out.
What about the person ranked below you?
The person, well, if the person ranked below you still has budget, definitely his will show. Alright? Okay, so just remember, if you have limited budget, sometimes people will use standard delivery. Okay, so you have your advertisement shown throughout the whole day, right? At least you try and capture the market. Now the reason is very simple. What if, because you may not know, is it the guys in the morning who is going to give you your sale, or the afternoon, or the night? Okay, so you're just trying to even out your chances all throughout the whole day. Okay, when we run a campaign, you can tell the system, hey, when shall we start running the campaign? At which date? Okay, by default, the system will say now. Okay, then you tell the system when you want to finish your campaign. Okay, by default, the system says never. Then it says none. All right. So if you run the AdWords campaign, if you say done, and your credit card number is inside, you go live immediately, and you go live indefinitely until you say stop. All right. Now, you can schedule your campaign as well. Let's say you want to decide that, all right, I do not want to advertise every day. By default, the system will advertise your, you have to schedule every day as your default settings, but you can tell the system, I only want to advertise on weekdays only. You can. Or I want to advertise on specific days, specific time. You can do that as well, all right? So this is just an example. I want to advertise from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Okay, anything after 11 until before 5, I'm not interested. We can do this type of settings. Okay, moving on next. There's something called ad rotation. Now, you recall yesterday I did mention that when we create our ad copy, we try to create 2 ad copies, right? We try to create 2 ad copies and then we try to rotate them. Okay, so now what is the criteria to rotate them if I create 2 advertisement copy? Okay, I can say that rotate them based on optimizing for clicks. So if I have 2 advertisements, the one that gets the most click will be shown more. Alright? So that's what they mean by optimize for clicks. Okay? Optimize for conversion. Both advertisements, say which one will actually give you most conversion. Optimize for conversion. Rotate evenly. Doesn't matter how many clicks they get, you must rotate them evenly. So if you have 100 people seeing or keying in the search term to trigger my keyword, half of them will see ad 1, the other half will see ad copy 2. Okay? So that's rotate evenly. Okay? Now, when I choose the option rotate evenly, after 90 days, automatically you go back to optimize for clicks. Okay? That's the reason why they have the last option here says rotate indefinitely. Okay? Rotate evenly, indefinitely. 50% of traffic goes to advertisement copy 1, the other 50% of traffic goes to the advertisement copy 2. Okay? This is useful when we want to test the advertisement copy. Alright? Now bear in mind, when I create advertisement in my ad group, I can have more than 1 ad copy. Doesn't mean only 1 copy and then done with. I can have 2 ad copy, 3 ad copy or more. Okay? But standard practice, you normally do 2. Okay? So that we can test out and see which copy will work. Okay? Now standard practice is very simple. We'll create 2 advertisement copy. Okay? Then we rotate them evenly so that we know that is advertisement 1 having more clicks or advertisement 2 having more clicks. Okay? Then we calculate the click-through rate of both advertisements. Okay? And we see who has a higher click-through rate. We keep the advertisement with the higher click-through rate. The one with the lower click-through rate, we throw away. We create another new one, 3rd advertisement. Okay? Objective to beat the first advertisement. Okay? To beat the CTR of the first advertisement. Do it enough over time, you end up higher and higher CTR for your advertisement copy. Okay? You'll get the idea behind that. Why we create 2, find the winner, drop the loser, bring in a new contender. The new contender try to beat the winner CTR. Keep doing the process over time, your CTR slowly will go up. Right? Because you keep testing, you keep bringing in a new guy, see who wins, and then show him out again, and you bring another one based on the CTR. Okay? So that's the reason why we need rotate evenly in terms of traffic to test it out. Okay? Now, another thing that you need to know is what we call frequency capping. Frequency capping is useful when you do display network. Right? Now, why do you want to cap it? If you keep seeing the same advertisement too many times, you also may not be too interested in it, right? You get bored, right, seeing the same advertisement, right? So, let's say if I'm an advertiser, I can always tell the system that, hey, don't show this ad more than, let's say, 2 times to this person. That's what I mean by frequency capping. So if I put here 2 impressions, let's say per day, for this campaign, this person will not see it more than 2 times. Okay? You can limit it. If you don't limit it, then the same user can just keep seeing the advertisement over and over again. Alright? So what I have just explained is actually just this whole form here. Right? This whole form here. Once you fill it up, you save and continue. Then that's your campaign settings all configured into the system. Okay? Now, after you do the campaign settings, okay, you decide your location, whether you want to do manual CPC or auto CPC or what's your budget in the system, then you start doing the ad group level. Alright? Now, ad group level, remember 2 things only that we do, ad copy and keywords. Okay? So, you already probably plan already what's your ad copy going to be before you enter it into the system here. Okay, so you already thought out what is your headline, what is your description line 1, what's your description line 2, and what's your display URL, and what's your destination URL. Okay, so can you still remember now, display URL has to exist or not? No, doesn't have to exist, but the domain still has to be the same. Okay, the one that must exist is the destination URL. Great. So enter your ad copy here. Then, based on your keyword research, enter your keywords into the box there. And you are more or less done. Okay? Before that, they'll ask you again, hey, do you still want to follow the default bid or not that you put in the campaign level just now? You want to apply this price to all these keywords or not, which is $2. Okay? Or you want to do a different number here. So let's say I think that, hey, this is a keyword that I think gives me a lot of margin. I can afford to bid higher. I can put here $3. All the keywords inside here will enter the auction at $3. I can still do that, right? So once I'm happy with that, save the ad group. If your credit card number is inside, your campaign will go live already. Okay? So it's so easy to advertise once your credit card is inside. Okay. So now, me explaining setting up campaign like that, not so exciting. When you use your real credit card, when you look at the screen, setting up, probably easier to understand and then more exciting as well. Okay. Now the reason I'm going through all these things is that really it will help you, well, when you read your online materials later on, or when you do your exam later, it will help all these theories. Okay. See, alright? Okay, bear with me just a while more. Okay, what I want to do is finish this off. I really want to do exam techniques. Okay? Okay, now, when we set the campaign live, right, you will get results back. Okay, you'll get results back. That's where you get to see a dashboard like that. They will tell you that, hey, this campaign brings back how many clicks, or this keyword has how many impressions. Okay, it'll show you in the table form. Now, I think here probably too small here, but what it's showing here is that, hey, I have 3 different campaigns, and this campaign, how much I've spent, and how many clicks I've got, how many conversions I'm getting from the campaign as well. Okay, so you get back all the numbers. Now the table, I can always configure it. Okay, I can always change the column, what I want to see. Okay, just know that, hey, there are a lot of things that the system capture, a lot of metrics that the system capture, right? You can actually add or delete it from the column there. Okay, now I'm not going to specifics of all these columns. You need to discover it yourself. Now in the reporting, there's something called segments. Okay, it's a tab by itself as well. You can open up segments and show more information about your campaign. So let's say, for example, in this case, this segment is called click type. Okay, click type. So what it will show me is that, hey, in this particular ad group, how many people click on the headline of the ad? How many people click on the site link extension? How many people click on the mobile click to call extension? Right? How many people click on the location extension, which is get direction? So you give me all this data. Okay? So click type is one of the segments. Other segments, devices. Okay? This campaign, how many of them came from mobile? How many of them came from desktop? Right? Top versus other. This particular campaign or this particular keywords, how many of them actually appear at the top of the page compared to the side of the page? Okay. Time. Your advertisement, which day is it appearing more, or what time of the day is it appearing more? Is it appearing more on a Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday? Okay. Segmenting your data will show you all these results. Okay. That's by segments. Now, there are certain few key reports that you need to know what they do. Okay? Some certain key reports. Now, the first report is called search term report. Now, search term report is very useful, especially when you buy broad match type, right? Let's say when you buy a broad match keyword, you're going to cover a lot of terms that the user key in, right? Because it's broad match. Because do you remember what's a broad match? Right? So it covers misspellings, it covers synonyms, it really go all wide out. When I buy keyword, people key in the search term notebook also cover by my word. Okay? So the search term report will actually tell me what the users are keying in to trigger my keyword. Okay? So that means if I buy, let's say for example, my gearbox keyword, and all of you here were to key in something to trigger my gearbox keyword, I know what you key in. Alright? Okay, I qualify what you key in, but you must click on my advertisement and then I will know. Okay? So this is a standard case. I give you an example here. A standard case where I bought the keyword gearbox, right? My intention was to sell industrial gearbox, but I attracted a lot of people looking for car gearbox, right? And this report actually tells me what are the search terms that these guys actually key in. So let's say for example here, it says Perdana V6 auto gearbox, Honda Stream RSZ transmission. The word gearbox is not even here, but by keying this, it triggered my broad match gearbox. Okay? So I sold forth a lot of car-related data. Now this is very good for me, because I know what you as a user are searching for. Okay? So to think about it, this is also another way to do keyword research, but must pay money a bit, right? Okay, I pay a bit of money, put my broad match keyword out, I can capture all the data in the market. Okay? So the beauty of search term report is for me to know what the users key in, what the search terms are. So that's the reason why it's called a search term report. Okay? So from here, so let's say for example here now, I know what these guys are key in here. What can I do with all this data now? What do I get? I have keywords that I can enter system by using negative match, right? So I can buy my gearbox still, negative match out, Perdana, Honda, negative match out, Mazda, Porsche, Peugeot. I can negative match it out. Can you still remember what happens when I negative match it out? Right? Exclude, right? So in future, this same guy come and keys in the same thing again, they won't see my advertisement. Okay? Each keyword, okay, each keyword when we bid for, advertisement comes up. When they click, then I'll pay for it. So how I get all this data? They actually click on my advertisement. This guy searched for Honda Stream RSZ transmission, saw my advertisement. This guy clicked on my ad. So I'm paying for that click. Yeah, I will pay for each click.
But when we set the broad keyword orders limitation, we don't need to pay for that, right?
Setting up, you don't have to pay anything. As long there is no clicks, you don't have to pay anything. Yeah. Okay. So that's the reason why I call it pay per click. Okay. Once you click, then you're charged. Okay. So you know what's a search term report? Exam question asks you what a search term report. You know what it is. So must know what's a search term report. Okay. Next report, paid and organic report. Okay. Now just by the name, what do you think paid and organic report is?
The list of clicks on the paid and the organic.
Yeah, comparing the paid and organic. Exactly. So paid will tell you your results of your campaign. Organic is your organic results. So let's say you are ranking very well in your organic as well. So you can compare how is it performing. So let's say for example, I have the keyword gearbox I buy to advertise. even if I don't buy the advertise, my organic result also may show my website listing as well. So comparing the paid, comparing the organic, you know, what sort of traffic am I getting? From organic, how many clicks am I getting? From the paid, how many clicks am I getting? Is my organic performing better than my paid or not? Or is it the other way around? Okay?
I'm very sorry for this question.
Yes, go ahead.
But couldn't this data be manipulated to keep them paying for ads?
Well, you just have to trust that this is relevant, right? It's all based on algorithm, right? Yeah. I mean, yes, data can be manipulated, but it's always based on the trust, right? Especially you're such a big company, if the trust is abused, it's going to be a very, there'll be negative impact. So, based on reputation company, I'll say these are relevant data, right? So, know what paid and organic report is for as well, huh? Okay, another last report, Auction Insights Report. Okay, now Auction Insights Report basically compares you and your competitor, how you are doing. Okay, so let's say you're in a competing in a very competitive keyword, and wherever you're buying, you always see the same few advertisers together with you. There's a report there called Auction Insight Report to show how you are doing compared to your competitors. Okay, so in terms of, let's say, impression share, across all the impression outside there, how much of it are you getting compared to your competitors? In this case, let's say it says you, which is you, the advertiser, you are getting 31%, whereby competitor A is getting 51%, another competitor is getting 26%. Okay, and other matrices are competitor A, average position 2.4. Your position is 2.3. And this guy's position is on average 1.5. Okay. So this is one of those reports will compare you and your competitors. So just remember that Auction Insights Report. Okay. So in terms of report, just remember these three report purposes first. Alright? So you have the search term report, used for what? To see what people enter, what search term people enter to trigger your keyword. Very useful for broad match. Okay? Then your paid and organic report. Right? Compare your paid and organic results. Then Auction Insight Report to see how you're doing compared to your competition. Okay. Moving on. Moving on. There are certain tools that you need to measure your performance. Now the first thing is you got to understand what is conversion. Just now I already explained a little bit what is conversion. Okay, a conversion can be when a form is completed, right? It can be a reservation form or it can be a lead generation form. Key in details, form complete. That can be a one conversion. It's like a goal. It's like a goal. Okay. Now another type of conversion, transactions. People buy, complete the transaction, that could be a conversion as well. Okay. Third one, you download something, finish download, can consider as a conversion as well. So conversions can come in many different forms. Okay. Just assume that there's a flow, there's a starting point, there's an ending point. Okay. The ending point, very standard one, always say thank you very much, thank you for downloading, or thank you for submitting, or thank you for buying. So that's the reason why we call the last page the thank you page. So let me give you a very simple example. So let's say I were to buy a specific keyword. The keyword will trigger my advertisement copy. Okay, my ad copies. Someone will click on the ad copy, come to a page. This page, they fill it up. You come to a thank you page. Alright? And once they complete the thank you page, one conversion. And normally at this thank you page, I will put what we call a conversion tracking code. Okay? This conversion tracking code I get from Google AdWords. Okay? I implement it on my thank you page, basically so that the system will know that, hey, I have reached here, this stage here, that means one conversion done. Now the criteria is this, the starting point must be from the advertisement. Okay, starting point is advertisement, ending point the thank you page. That becomes one conversion. Okay. Now, quick question. If I were to enter this page because I came in from, let's say, Facebook, and then I come to this page, does the system record this as one conversion? No, the starting point must be from the advertisement. You want to measure how much you're spending, whether effective or not. So that's the reason why we have all this conversion tracking. Okay? So why track conversion? Okay? Now, if you spend money, you don't track, you never know how effective. You don't know what is working and what is not working. But if you track, you know that, hey, this keyword is giving me the returns, or keyword number 2 is giving me the returns, or keyword number 5 spend so much money, no one seems to convert, so I'm going to drop it out. Okay, so by tracking, I can find what keyword works, what keyword doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Conversion tracking metrics, how you measure them. Now, 2 important metrics. Okay, the first one, conversions. Okay, conversions. How you count conversion? Now, in the dashboard, for every campaign or every keyword, they'll tell you, hey, this keyword gives you this conversion, this number of conversion. Okay. Now, under conversions, there's 2 ways to do it as well. There is you count all conversion, or you count it as a unique conversion. Okay. Now, I think it's easier if I explain with an example. Okay. Now, if I were to go into an e-commerce website, if I buy one item today, and then I come back again tomorrow and buy another item, right? I go back in the same website to buy 2 different items on 2 different days. I consider it as 2 conversion. Okay? If I were to use, so I would use, if I want to measure it, I will say conversions count all. Okay? Count all. Alright? If I use an e-commerce website. Now, if my website is more for collecting names and emails, lead generation, if I were to go to the site now and put my name inside, then tomorrow I go to the same site again and enter my name again. Maybe because I'm downloading something. Okay? Now, it makes sense, I want to count this as 1 conversion, right? Because still me, 1 person, and it's the same guy. Doesn't make sense to count it as 2 conversion, isn't it? So if I want to count in this manner, I'll say conversion unique. Okay? In the settings then, I'll say, hey, this particular conversion goal, I want to count it as unique. Okay? So there's 2 ways of doing it. Conversions count all. Conversions unique count uniquely. Okay? Unique. So you just have to think e-commerce, transactions, many different items. Makes sense that I want to count different items, also different day that I go in as 1 conversion, 2 conversion, and so forth. But lead, I'm the same person, I want to do it uniquely. Okay? So that's conversions.
If the same person is unique, but
No, depends on the transaction. Okay, I'll explain another round. I show you the next one got picture and easier to understand. Okay, now round 1, round 1 still don't understand is okay. I go round 2 in a while. Okay, okay, conversion. Okay, the next one you need to understand is what we call converted clicks. Okay, now what is converted clicks? Converted clicks shows you the number of AdWords ad clicks resulting in 1 or more conversion. Okay, so what I mean is this. If let's say there are 10 clicks into your website, 3 of them result in a conversion, we say 3 converted clicks. Okay, because these 3 clicks, people actually did something that you want converted. Okay, so converted click is just counting how many clicks gave you the conversion. Okay, that's converted clicks. Got that? Haven't get that, never mind. Let's see, can get it from here or not. Okay. So let's say in this example here, all right, this example here, there's this blue guy and there's this green lady here. Okay. Now this blue guy enter your website. Okay. Enter your website, let's say today, and bought a shirt. This same blue guy comes in again tomorrow. Let's say for example, okay, let's say tomorrow. This one came in last week. This one came in yesterday, right? Came to your site, bought one shirt last week, and then came back to the site again yesterday, bought another shirt. I would want to count this as 2 conversion. Okay? It makes sense to count as 2 conversion for e-commerce website, right? Because I know I made $20 sale here, $30 sale here. It's 2 conversion. I want to count it as I want to count all the conversions here. Okay? Now the green lady. The green lady came in, alright, downloaded this document 3 times last week, came back yesterday again, downloaded it again 1 time yesterday. But my objective is just to collect names of people who download my document. So even she downloaded 3 times or 1 time, it makes sense that I want to count this as 1 conversion, right? Okay, so here, my e-commerce, I will tell the system count all the conversion. For my lead generation, I say count uniquely. Okay? So, end result, I set this setting, count all. I have 2 conversion for the e-commerce. Here, downloading of document, I say count uniquely. I tell the system to count uniquely. So the system will understand, only count it as 1 conversion here. Okay? Whether count all or count unique is up to you to tell the system. Right? It's based on your own scenario here. Okay? So when I do lead generation, I'll count this one uniquely. This one, e-commerce, I will count all. Okay? So when I total it up, I get 3 conversion. Okay? Maybe need to go through a few times, then you can get this one. Alright? Then what is converted click? If you don't see the 2 here, do you know what is 2? This girl is 1 click, this guy is 2nd click. Okay? So 2 clicks here. How many clicks? How many converted clicks? Count 1, 2. Okay? That's converted clicks. Alright? Now, if you see the term conversion rate, rate always tells you there's a percentage to it. Okay, so if there are 10 clicks to my website, 2 converted clicks, what is my conversion rate? 20%. Okay, correct, 20%. So converted click 2, total click 10, conversion rate 20%. So as long as you know what is a converted click, what is your total click, and how to calculate a conversion rate. Okay? Okay, again, if I have 10 clicks to my website, okay, 2 of the clicks converted. Okay, converted clicks, that means they did something that you want, right? So, conversion rate is how many converted, which is 2, divide by 10 times 100%. That's how I get 20%. Okay, so that's conversion rate. Okay.
Is it counted as one converted click or 2 converted click?
Okay, now to answer that, now what she's asking here is this: if I click the advertisement today, right? But I go to a website, but maybe I didn't convert, right? Then let's say tomorrow I click again, and I come back and I converted. Is that 1 converted click or 2 converted click? Is that what I'm saying? Right? Now, they still count as 1 converted click. Okay? Now, there's something called conversion, there's a conversion window, okay? There's a window. Let's say, for example, if the window is, let's say, 30 days, okay? So after you click the advertisement, you go to the site, even you don't do anything, but if you do it within that 30 days, they will still calculate as a conversion, okay? Now, if let's say you click today, but you go to the website 31 days later, and you buy something, the system will not record that as conversion, okay? Because it's outside of the window already, okay? So there's something called a conversion window there, okay? The window is after you click, after how many days you must convert. If you don't convert within those days, the system will forget about that click already. Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the difference between conversion clicks and conversion?
Okay, the difference between conversion and converted clicks, right? Now, converted clicks just measure this click convert or not. This click got conversion or not. You just measure that. Just count on it. How many clicks gave you conversions? Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't bother how many conversions down here. You just want to find out this click got conversion or not. Got 1. This one got conversion or not. Got. Then add 2. Okay.
So if the same person do two conversion clicks, so they will complete 2 also.
If this person do 2 conversion, let's say download and then buy, right? 1 conversion, 1 converted click.
Is it based on the IP address or the member?
It will be based on that particular IP address, that particular cookie. Okay. I mean, there are some more complex theory to it, but I will simplify it. Okay. There are things I tell you. I see the ad from my mobile phone. I convert on my notebook. I can still know it's you. Okay, but let's not get into that one. Out of the scope of subject. Okay, out of the scope on that one. Okay. So first thing first is must know what is converted click. Okay, must know what is converted click. So it's really saying that hey, this click give me conversion or not. Don't care how many conversion but God give me conversion or not. So that's what converted click is all about. All right. Then when it comes to conversion, do you want to count all the goals met as conversion? You want to count every single one of them? Or as long as you do the things over and over again at the same time, if the same person, you still want to do it as count as 1 unique conversion. Okay? Okay? Slowly you try to digest that. I also didn't get it the first time round. Okay? So,
Converted is each time a person IP address is doing a complete transaction, only they count as converted click.
yeah, whether this guy do any conversion or not. If got, converted click.
Consider 1 already.
Yeah.
So even though he do 2 or 3 conversion, also is considered
1 converted click, correct. Okay, now let's move on. So that was conversion tracking. Okay, you have conversion tracking. Now next, there's something called Google Analytics. Now this is a totally different product. All right, it's a totally different thing altogether. Want to learn this thing also will take few days, all right? But what you need to understand about Google Analytics is this. It measures what the customer is doing or visitor is doing in your website. Okay? It will tell you how is the visitor interacting with your website. Okay? You just have to remember that is what Google Analytics is for. Okay? When someone goes to your website, you have to find out, hey, where is he from? Which country, which state, where is he visiting your website from? Or how long has he stayed on your website? How many pages he visited your website? Which specific page people are visiting your website? All this you can find from Google Analytics. Okay, so basically Google Analytics will measure the behavior of what people are doing on your website. Okay, just take it as that. All right. Now, the next one, campaign experiments. Okay, if you want to test something out, so let's say for example, I have this keyword. I want to test what happens if I were to bid lower. All right. Now I'm bidding at $1. If I bid 20% lower, what will happen? I can do something called campaign experiment in AdWords. All right. And AdWords, you can tell AdWords, I said, hey, for experimenting purpose, only send maybe 20% of the traffic to my experiment, whereby 80% traffic sent to my normal bid price, right? So let's say normally I bid at $1, I say send 80% of traffic there, all right? 20% to check, hey, I'll test out what is my ROI if I do 80 cent CPC, okay? So I can do campaign experiment. Or I want to experiment page 1 compared to page 2, all right? When people comes in from advertisement, if they go page 1, better result, or go page 2, better result, all right? I can use something I call campaign experiment to do, okay? I can test keyword price, I can test the keywords, I can test landing pages, okay? So just take it as that first, okay? I can do campaign experiments to test things out, all right? Okay. Shall we take 10 minutes? Then you're finished. All right, let's continue. All right. I think got about 7 more slides here, and then we can start doing some practice questions. Okay. Right. Let me finish this, and then let's talk about exams. Okay. Now, the last few slides is really talking about goals. Okay. What sort of metrics you use to measure specific goals? Okay. Now, if your objective is to get lots of website traffic, all right, how do you measure website traffic? One way is clicks definitely gives you an indication whether your website is getting a lot of traffic or not, right? More clicks, more traffic, right? More click-through rate also means more traffic, correct or not? More people see your advertisement and click on it, high click-through rate also sometimes does indicate, yeah, probably quite a lot of traffic. Or if your objective is to get as much traffic as possible, you want to improve your click-through rate, right? You want more clicks to your website, okay? If you want to measure website traffic, you can use that as a metric to measure clicks, okay, and click-through rate. Now, in terms of performance, if your keyword is having a lot of okay, again, you can decide whether to remove keywords or not based on its performance, right? If let's say the keyword doesn't have high click-through rate, okay, that means it may not be performing well. That could be one of the criteria. You think, hey, maybe I may want to pause this keyword, okay? Or if the keyword has a very low quality score, all right, you may want to consider that, hey, maybe this keyword is not working out for me, right? You can actually take it up or pause it, okay? You can do something about it. Remember search term reports, okay? If you have lots of traffic, especially if you're buying broad match, use your search term report to find out what are the search terms that are being used to come to your website. Then when you discover those search terms, that could give you new keyword ideas that you can actually buy as well. Okay? And don't forget negative keywords from the search term report. Okay? So if you want lots of relevant traffic, you can always buy a broad, put in a negative mesh inside, your traffic will become more relevant. Okay? But in general, you want to measure your website traffic, you can use clicks as a metric to measure. You want to measure conversion as well, okay? Now really the key way to measure conversion is really putting your conversion tracking code, all right? Once you have a conversion tracking code inside there, you can measure your conversions, okay? Now what are conversions? Now this is again just repeating what I was showing in that graph, also in the picture just now, okay? So conversions is total number of all conversions made within your chosen conversion window, all right? Remember the conversion window, the example I used was 30 days. Okay, if you click the advertisement, goes to the site and convert, then it counts, it is within the conversion window. You click the ad, come to the website, you convert, let's say after 31 days or 40 days, then outside, as long as it's outside the window, it doesn't count as conversion. Alright? Converted clicks, okay? Definition is tally of every AdWords click that resulted in one or more conversion. I'm just trying to determine, hey, this click came in, got converted or not. Don't care how many conversion. As long as it has one conversion, that is one converted click. Okay? I just want to count how many of these clicks got conversion. That is converted clicks. Okay, conversion rate. Just now I already mentioned, if I have 2 clicks that converted, out of 10 clicks, 20% conversion rate. Okay. Now also it's very important to know that, hey, how much am I paying to get this conversion? So there's a cost per conversion as well, right? So let's say if it takes 10 clicks to, let's say if that keyword, okay, is $2 cost per click and it converted, right? To get that conversion is that 1 click, so it's, let's say, $2 to get that particular conversion. Okay. Or another example, let's say I buy the keyword gearbox. Okay. Only after 20 clicks, I have somebody convert, right? So after 20 clicks, only one of them convert, and each click is $2. So $2 times 20 click is $40. $40 give me 1 conversion. So that is my cost per conversion. Okay? So when you know your cost per conversion, you know how much money you are selling based on that conversion, then you can calculate your profit or loss. Okay? So a very quick ROI calculation in this case. So ROI is really, revenue minus cost of goods sold divided by cost of goods sold. Okay? So a simple example, selling price of a product 1,002, cost to produce a product 600, your advertising cost is 200. So what's the ROI? Okay, ROI is selling price 1,002 minus your cost of goods sold, which is 600 cost to produce plus advertising fee. Okay, so 1,002 minus 800 divided by 800 is 50%. Okay, so what it means is that every time I put in $1, I get back 50 cents. Okay, your ROI. Okay. So, if you know your ROI, then you really can calculate, and you can calculate backwards how much are you willing to pay for a keyword, right? Then you calculate your cost per your conversion cost. How much are you paying to get 1 conversion? Okay, and you need to take consideration the price, the price and the cost to produce the good plus advertising fee. You can do all these calculations. Display network, brand awareness. Now, when it comes to branding, it correlates very well with impression. Okay, anyone who wants to do branding, they just say increase the impression, right? By seeing how much impression, we use that as a metric to measure how strong is our branding awareness. Okay. So impression is one of the metrics we use to measure brand. Another term that you hear a lot when it comes to branding is reach and frequency. Okay, reach, how far has your advertisements reached out to? Okay, how many people? Okay, how many people have seen this advertisement? Okay, that's reach. Frequency, each of these guys, how many times have they seen it? Each individual. Okay, that's frequency. Okay. So reach is the number of visitors exposed to the ad. Frequency is the average number of times that visitor is exposed to. Okay. So if I show you an advertisement here now, the reach is about 60 guys here. If I show you one advertisement, that's a reach. Frequency, I show you 1 time only, so frequency 1. Okay. If I show you again to you tomorrow, frequency 2. Okay, but the reach is still the same. So just remember, branding, you say anything about impression, more or less branding. Now, I'm more or less finished already. Now I just want to talk a little bit about display network because I know it's inside the exam, some basic stuff. Now display network, now you guys must remember what is display network, right? There's no search bar one. Right? It's actually websites, web pages, part of a program where you get to have advertisements on these pages. That's display network. Okay. Now there are more options in display network compared to search. Okay. Now in search, technically, or to simplify it, we only just buy keywords, right? And then we see our advertisement, okay? Now in display network, there are a few ways to get your advertisement triggered, okay? Now if I were to separate out, now all these methods here is related to a web page or website. This two here is related to a person, okay? Let me explain. Let me do this part here. Website. Now, the first targeting option says keyword targeting or contextual targeting. Okay. Now, when I do display network, I can also buy keywords. All right. I can buy keywords and tell the system that, hey, find me pages that will match my keyword. Right. So let's say if I buy a keyword says account services. Okay, then the system will try to help me find pages that talks about finance, that talk about accounts, that talk about maybe economy. Okay, my advertisement probably may end up in the Start Online finance pages. Okay, so I can use keyword to go and find pages to advertise. Okay, that's what they call keyword targeting or contextual targeting. Right, so that's one method. Now, another method. For example, I know for a fact that, hey, there are so many people reading the Star Online Finance section. I want to advertise there. I can do that. Okay? Without using keyword or anything, I just say that, hey, I want to advertise in this page, this section, this particular web page. I want to put an advertisement placement there. I can. So basically, I can choose what website I want, okay, provided they are part of the program. I can say that I want to advertise in this page of this site, this page of website number 2, or this page of website number 3. Okay, so that's what I call placements. Okay, it's actually website placements. Okay, I don't need keywords for that. All right. So that's the second one, placement targeting. Okay. Third one is called topic targeting. All right. Topic targeting, very straightforward. If that page is talking about finance, and I say that, hey, put my ads on all the pages is categorized under finance, okay, and you'll be advertised on those finance pages. So it's based on the topic, okay. Or I say, find me pages that talks about golf, okay. So if that page talks about golf, I can actually put my advertisement in those pages. So it's based on topics, right? So all this is still based on website. Now, the fourth one, the last one, is something called remarketing. Remarketing is basically targeting people who have visited your website before. Now, have you come across advertisements that actually follow you everywhere you go? Agoda, right? So, no matter what website, even that website doesn't talk about hotel one, you also see Agoda advertisement, right? So that is called retargeting. Okay, or remarketing. Okay, how it works is very simple. Because you have visited Agoda website before, right? They can actually track you even after you leave. They can advertise to you, so that when you see, you will go back. Okay, so this remarketing method is targeting people who have visited your website. Okay, so it's still all very website based. Remarketing, I can tell you, is very powerful. Right? After visiting your website, go away. Advertise, then you come back again. Okay, that's remarketing. Okay, so this part is all websites. This portion here. You have interest and demographic. Now this one is targeting you as a person. Okay, the system is not really targeting websites, it's targeting you. Right? So interest category. The category is very similar to the topics one. So what it's doing is that, hey, if you are interested in, let's say, golf, right? I can target you when you go to any of these sites that have advertisements, right? Not because that site talks about golf, right? Not because that page talks about golf, because you are interested in golf, or because you are interested in badminton, or you're interested in a specific area. The system roughly know what you are interested in, and will show you the relevant result, relevant advertisement. Okay? Basically, it's very simple. When you visit certain websites, based on the websites that you have visited, Google can sort of infer or sort of guess what your interests are. Alright? So it will tag you and says that, hey, you are probably interested in this subject, you're probably more interested in sports subject. Right? So he'll tag you as sports related stuff. Or he's saying that, hey, you over there, you are interested in entertainment. Right? Then anything related to entertainment advertisement, I can promote to you. Okay? So remember, interest is really based on the person, nothing to do with the website. Okay? Demographics, very straightforward, also related to the person. You want to advertise to the male only or female only within certain age group. It's on the demographics. Okay? And that's all I have for today here for fundamentals. Alright? Any questions before I start before I give you questions? Yeah? Okay, now a quick one about your exams. Okay? I already mentioned a few times, it's going to be a multiple choice questions, right? 100 questions within 2 hours to be answered. I will show you roughly how it looks like, then at least you won't be so worried about it. Now, some of you may wonder, hey, is it an open book or not in the first place? Is it open book? It's open book, okay? But I can tell you, open book 100 questions, you cannot finish in 2 hours. You cannot search for every single question. No time. You do a calculation, 2 hours, 120 minutes, divide by your 100 question, how many minutes you have per question? Right? You have less than 2 minutes. 2 hours. So 120 minutes, right? 100 questions. You're going to have 1 point something minute. Less than 2 minutes, right? Less than 2 minutes to answer each question. So you don't have time to really go and Google for answer and then slowly read and then find your answer inside. You do it for 100 questions, I guarantee you no time, right? So the best thing is learn exam techniques, right? Learn the right exam techniques and then try to tackle it when you see those questions, right? Yes. If you answer within 2 hours, you can finish it. You can finish it in 2 hours. If you cannot finish in 2 hours, then you will just calculate whatever you have answered. So whatever you answer, if you answer less than 80 questions, you definitely won't pass, right? Right. So the trick is you just have to have a flow. Okay, just have a flow of answering questions. Okay. Now, some of you guys may be wondering, hey, is there any difference now? You guys coming for offline training and online training, isn't it? There's definitely an advantage when you come for offline training. At least you have somebody here to explain to you stuff, right? To strengthen your understanding when you go online. But in terms of the test, it's still the same test, right? It's still the same test. It's exactly the same exam. It's just that you guys will be coming here to take the exam, okay? Like I said, it's open book. You can search. You can refer to materials for your answers, but if you take too much time doing it, you won't finish it in time. Okay? Now, what I want to do next here is, let's check. Okay. I just keep going through the questions and answers. Okay? Now, exam question is something like that, okay? Something like that. And I don't think it's that difficult, some of these questions. So you just try out the first one, okay? It says, what's the benefit of online advertising? A, B, C, D. D. B. A, yes, A, right? Not too difficult, right? Not too difficult, right? Okay, sometimes the trick is this also. Even you're not sure, you see what all the other options first. Eliminate. Where can guarantee you sales? In life, nothing is guaranteed. So, cannot be guaranteed sales. Improve your ranking, organic result? Not really, right? Ability to automatically collect data of customers? Not really, so must be A. So you can go deduce also. But this one is quite straightforward. Okay, next one. Again about online advertising advantage. C, right? Traditional way not so easy to measure, online easy to measure. Okay? At the back, can see at the back? Can, okay, cool. Alright, see this one you can still remember or not? This is one of the first thing I say in the course yesterday. Oh, C, not bad. Okay? So if you have clients with AdWords account, how are you going to manage them? MCC. Okay? Move on. Benefit of advertising online with Google AdWords. Donkey. All says donkey. Anyone different from donkey? A. Choose how many times their ad should show during the day. A or D? D, donkey. It's D. It's D, alright? The advertiser can determine his own budget, right? Budget, the advertiser cannot really dictate how many times the advertisement show, right? Remember, it's an auction, right? It's an auction, okay? The system decides who wins the auction, okay? All right, next. So for questions like this, you need to know, okay, what is a search network? What do you know about search network? Boy. Rich customers while they're searching for the advertiser's product. B, okay? B. Now, why cannot be A? Browsing website, display network, okay? Cannot be A. C. Place ads, placement targeting, display network, nothing to do with search. C. Video, straight away, display network, nothing to do with search. Okay? So that's how we answer questions as well. Okay? Okay, this is asking you how to improve quality score. C? Anyone different from C? Or say C? C. I see. So in this case, if you know your ad ranks, how to calculate ad rank, and you know what determines quality score, no problem in answering this type of question, right? Because you know what determines that. Okay. Which of these does not influence quality score? A. Wow, very fast. Because you know your formula, that's why you know it doesn't influence, right? Maximum CPC is outside of the quality score formula, right? Because ad rank is influenced by maximum CPC. So next, ad rank. This one, because I tell you so many times. Right? Ad rank is calculated using maximum CPC, quality score, also influenced by ad extensions. Okay? Ad extensions plays an influence as well. Next. Wants to improve ad position, what shall he do? Donkey, Donkey or cat? Donkey. You know this because you know ad rank, right? Ad rank, improve ad rank, improve position. You know what influence ad rank? You know ad rank formula? You can answer this question. Okay, next. Again about quality score. Improved quality score will produce
B, boy.
boy, right? Lower cost, better ad position. That's right. So far so good, right? 10 out of 10 correct. Okay, but that's because I group all the questions in the same category, easy to answer. Real exam, everything everywhere. This one is all categorized for you nicely already. Okay, James can achieve a high ad position and a low CPC bid by? Very obvious, donkey. Alright, very obvious donkey. So far all okay, all can follow up the speed. No need to slow down. Okay, the faster I go, the more questions you can practice. What would you recommend to achieve a top position in the paid search result? Boy, okay, again, quality score formula. Okay. This one, if you remember what I say, it should be very simple also.
C. 1 cent more than the second place.
A, B, C, D? C. Because remember I say 1 cent, right? Right? Everything equal. If your next competitor is 80 cents, you just plus 1 cent to it. Okay? So 81 cents. So as long as you understand what is maximum CPC and what is actual CPC, you can answer this type of questions. Okay, when your ad is clicked, actual amount you will be charged is A, B, C, D. Donkey? Right? Why donkey?
Less than the maximum amount.
Okay, minimum needed to hold your ad position under the maximum CPC. So you never go above your maximum CPC. Right? Now, even if you don't know also, have you heard me say something about 30%, 50%, 80%? You never hear me say about that, right? So it doesn't exist. Okay? Right. So not bad. So far so good. Okay, let's go for next batch. Okay, John wants to promote his car gearbox repair service by reaching people who are searching. Which campaign? Search network. Right? Search network only. C. Right? C. So questions like that very simple. You look at the questions, giveaway is searching. Right? Any questions that say searching, quite likely search network already. Okay? Okay, why do people use search with display select? Boy wants to use one budget to apply on both. Okay, that's right. Okay, so that's why people use search network with display select. Share the same budget. This one should be quite straightforward also. A. Okay, you want search network with display select because in the question you see search, right? And in the question also you see people visiting a website, right? So the first part is search, the part that says people interested, people interested in movies, people interested behavior, interest targeting. So that will give you a clue is display as well. So search with display. Next. Okay, A. Okay, A. Now, show an image, straight away you know cannot be search. Search is only text only. Alright? So when you see the same image, you know C and D cannot be answered already. Okay? Next.
D.
D. Okay, straightforward, Next. Why do we create multiple ad groups? Different ad group got different keywords and different advertisement copy.
D.
Boy. Boy or donkey? Okay. I just gave you the answer just now, while explaining. A, I have A, I got B or C or D. Oh. Donkey. It's actually C, right? It's actually C. Okay. Now, why you create multiple ad group? Because if I were to create ad group, let's say for aircon, right? Then I have all my aircon keywords and then aircon related ad copy. Then another ad group that says mobile phone. Then my mobile phone keywords, then my mobile phone advertisement copy. That's the reason why I do different ad groups, right? Remember my electrical store example? I can do different products in different ad groups, okay? And budget, where do we set the budget? Which level? Campaign, right? We don't do budget at the ad group level, okay? So if you know, always remember ad group, do what? Keyword and ad copy only, right? Anything else, most likely at campaign level. Okay, if you know that, you know, hey, this one cannot be answered because budget not at ad group level, okay? Next.
A.
A or D? A, right? Giveaway is search, right? Okay. Wants to reach people searching for pizza. So when you see search, most likely the search network. And all the other answers all has display network inside, not qualified already. Okay, so that's how you answer question. You deduce a bit. Who should advertise on search network?
C. No, D.
D?
No, C.
C, okay. Websites means display network already, okay. Social network also is a website. YouTube also a website. So C. Okay, so far so good? Can get 100% or not? So it's a display network question. Donkey? Okay, donkey. Alright, show ads on dance websites and YouTube videos. Okay, these are part of the display network. So want to advertise on other apps, okay? How can AdWords help? A, B, C, D. A, okay. Now maybe because I did not explain a lot about apps, alright. If you want to advertise an app, okay, you can also advertise on other people's apps as well. And all these other people's apps is part of Google Display Network, alright. If you notice, you download a lot of free games, and some free games show you a lot of advertisement, right? Those are actually part of the display network, okay. So if I'm selling a game, I can advertise on those apps, okay, and all these are done via the Google Display Network. So this is how you learn as well, from the questions. Okay, how you structure a account. Group similar keywords together in one ad group because it will allow you to see A lah. So remember, that's why we group keywords in specific ad groups. So remember, if I do ad group refrigerator, my advertisement copy also about refrigerator. This one, let's see what you say. Every campaign must have one. Every campaign must have one landing page. Every campaign must have one ad group. Yeah, I can have many ad groups. Right? Okay, I remember I can have my fridge ad group, my refrigerator ad group, my mobile ad group. A, only one maximum CPC. Are you sure or not? So do rule of elimination, okay? You know it's not D. You know it's not A. B or C? 50-50% anyhow. C. The answer is actually B. Right? Every campaign should have only one business goal. Okay? Just stick to one goal and you won't go too wrong. Alright? Now, even if you don't know this, like I say, eliminate cannot be one maximum CPC. Right? You have so many keywords, or so many ad groups, different ad groups have different CPC, maximum CPC. Landing page. Different ad group can have different landing page, right? Isn't it? My refrigerator got the refrigerator landing page, my mobile phone got my mobile phone landing page. So cannot be C. Okay? Ad group, one campaign can have many ad group. Okay? So if you know not A, not C, not D, must be B. Okay? But in reality, every campaign should have only one business goal. Alright? How should you group their campaigns by? C, type of product or service. Okay, straightforward. So this is about account structuring. A, B, C, D. I think I mentioned this one before already. When you start, how can you start a campaign? Create multiple campaigns, each with a set of closely related keywords. A or B? B. Okay. Now, like I did mention before, let's say when you start a campaign, if you have no idea how to do it, refer to the website, how it's structured. Look at the navigation. Right? They'll give you an idea what ad groups to create. Okay, how to segment it out. Okay. So you build it based on your structure of your client's website. Now you know. Next. You want to target mobile guys, what do you do? Boy or donkey? Boy, okay? Right? Because you are browsing from a mobile, right? If your landing page is not mobile friendly, I go to a page, I still must pinch and enlarge. It's very, very frustrating, right? Or the text is so small, you're going to leave the website, right? So, if you are targeting mobile, make sure your landing page must be mobile friendly. Okay, one campaign, one ad group, hundreds of keywords. Boy, okay, these are all fundamental stuff. Alright, group all related keywords together in one ad group. Next.
A.
A. Okay. A, okay. Say very specific page with information on drum rentals. Okay, you need to be very targeted, and a contact form. Okay, actually the key thing is really information on drum rentals. All right, because he owns a message store and is creating a group for drum rentals, so it's relevancy all the way. Next.
C.
C.
C? Why? Because ABD doesn't sound correct, is it?
Display network.
No, because of the relevance.
Because of relevance, huh? Ad display ads and affiliate audience targeting people interested in cosmetic, right? Next.
D. D.
A or D? Google Display Network. Can it be D or not? Right? Searching there, D says it means search network, right? So A, reach people who are interested in similar products. Okay? Through interest targeting, remember? Interest targeting, we can do that. Next.
Remark.
A.
A, B, C, D. Also visit certain popular car blogs. Topics or placement? Huh? Also visit certain popular car blogs. Okay. Now, in cases like that, yeah.
The question specifies people who visit his website also visit the car blog, so it's remarketing. They've already visited his website.
This is for client who wants to use the car dealership so that people who visit the website also visit the car.
Visit his website, also visit the car blog.
Now, is this type of question very tricky? You can reason out, can be A, can be C, can be D, right? So in such cases, you give your best guess, okay? I can always say that, hey, placement, if I know which blog, if I know certain car blogs, I can do a placement in those car blogs, right? But auto also can be a topic, but also like you say, hey, visit your own website, right? And go to other car blogs can be remarketing as well, okay? Now, sometimes it's this type of questions, even for me, I also don't know the right answer. I don't get 100% also sometimes, okay? So what we discuss is that we think was topics, but based on what you say, possible remarketing as well, okay? But I will not ponder too much. I'll just stick to topics first, okay?
Okay, bring the same questions.
No, they're not. It's just that my partner said the question and that is his answer. A, B, C, D. Okay, this one is something I have not taught you all. So it's actually B, product listing ads. Okay. This one giveaway is large inventory. Okay, large inventory, we go for product listing ads already. Okay, product listing ads is just another format whereby if you have lots of inventory, I can put out inventory, what we call merchant center, and we can advertise. All right. Okay, radius targeting. Who shall use it? Donkey? Okay, straightforward, huh? Radius targeting, radius, very obvious. Okay, mesh height. Why don't I bid for misspelling also? Boy, automatically includes this variation for you. Huh? Okay, so when I do mesh type, broad mesh already cover all this already. Okay, so when I do pizza, I don't have to put P-I-Z-Z-A, P-I-Z-Z-Z-A, then P-I-Z-Z-Z-A. I don't have to bid for all those. Okay, because broad mesh covers for me. Okay, the key here is specific terms for color photocopier.
B.
A, B, C, D. Okay, cannot be D, right? Cannot be B also. A or C? A or C? Yeah. Can be A, can be C, but I will go for C, right? Mainly because they say they're specific, right? I will go for C. Some of my partners say question like that, A also can, or but I said specific, specific. I think it's exact already. Okay. Okay, A, negative match reduce irrelevant clicks. Okay, remember my gearbox example. Next. How do we set language?
D. Language is set by the operating system.
Operating system language? No lah. Okay, your Google interface language setting. Okay. This one very obvious.
Remarketing.
This one is definitely remarketing, right? Targeting people who have visited your website before. Okay, remarketing. Okay, people visiting Bangkok but don't speak, but don't live in Thailand. B, create campaign targeting Bangkok and languages other than Thai. I think I gave it away when I explained that just now. Right? So, B, I want to target Bangkok but not the people staying there, because people staying there will speak Thai. Right? So I target all languages except Thai. Audience or interest targeting. So you must think, audience interest, target who first? C, right? Cannot be A, cannot be B because website, right? C, yeah. So targeting group of people based on their interests. A, B, C, D. This one is about relevancy. So B, be specific. Okay, when I see questions like that, things that says generic, general, not the answer one. A.
C.
C, landing page matches that web page content. Just recall the targeting methods I just mentioned just before these questions. A, B, C, D. Okay, for this answer is A, contextual targeting, right? If the keyword you put matches the content of the website, you can show your advertisement. Okay, your own website content and the publisher website content, no relation on. Okay.
But I think, I'm not really sure if I heard this wrong, but I think I heard you say that for Google Display Network, you may or may not use keywords.
You may or may not use, but one of the method is using keyword, right? There's keyword targeting, then there's placement targeting, right? And all the others, but keyword is also one of them.
Yeah. But if it's only one strategy, the answer must be a general answer. It can't be a specific answer if it's one of the strategies.
Okay, let's put it this way. Let's look at all the other answers. Keyword matches the ad text. Cannot be the answer, right? Now see, landing page matches that web page content. Landing page means your website must match with the Star Online website content. There's no such targeting method. Right? So cannot be C. Right? Then the website, the whole website. My whole website must match the Star Online whole website. no such thing as well. Huh? Okay, next. A, B, C, D. D, donkey. Okay, D, donkey. Huh? Okay, next.
Keyword B.
Okay, basic question similar to your keyword, not keyword ideas. Okay, let me speed up. Okay, let me go to the next batch. Okay, I just go for 5 more questions and then we call it a day. Then you do the real questions tomorrow. Okay, which one? A, B, C, D. Your monthly budget is 6080 per month. Okay, monthly budget 6080. What is your daily budget?
B or D?
100. A. No, wait. Ah, yes, A.
A, right? A, 200 times 30.4, right? You get 6, you get 30, it's 6080. Okay? So when a campaign keeps hitting the daily budget not big enough, what happens? D. Okay, let's look one by one. A, average cost per click bits will be lowered. If your budget not enough, does the system lower your CPC for you? No, cannot be A. B, ads in the campaign will show less often than they could. It is. It's showing less often, isn't it? If your budget is less, if my demand is 100, there's a market of 100, but I only can have 20 of it because my budget is low, right? So you show less often because your budget ran out, you won't show anymore your ad copy. Okay? So you're showing much less than it possibly can. Yes?
I'm very sorry for bothering you. But the question says meets its average daily budget. So already ran out?
No, it just ever.
Yep, when it meets it, that means when it ran out, right? It's not going to show as much as it should have, right? Because it's ran out of budget already. Okay? If it doesn't run out, then you continue to show. Okay? So what it's trying to say is that it's showing less often than its potential, right? If you have had enough budget, you have shown more. Remember, this one is talking about standard delivery and accelerated delivery portion. If you are constrained in budget, you will use your standard delivery. So you want to spread out throughout the whole day. Okay?
Why not D?
Why not D? Ads in the campaign will stop showing for the rest of the billing cycle. Okay? Now maybe I've not explained what's a billing cycle. Now billing cycle is that how much you pay at the end of the month. But actually if you don't have your daily budget, that day already stopped already. It doesn't wait until the billing cycle. Okay? So the system will calculate how much you spend every day, but you don't pay every day to Google, right? They come to a point in time, one shot you pay. That's the billing cycle. Okay, more people are on the mobile phone. Okay, so you do mobile bid adjustment, so you bid higher more, right? Okay. Okay, maybe this one I did not explain. I'm sure you give the answer. Okay, conversion optimizer, focus on conversion. Okay, help drive conversion by using your conversion history. Okay, those that you have converted before, remember the 15 conversions and whatever you have got before, that's your history. okay, and cost per acquisition goal. That means the system asking you, hey, how much are you willing to pay to get one conversion, your maximum CPA, okay. So if the system feels that, hey, this click can get you a conversion, it will actually raise your bid up, right? So this is for conversion optimizer, the focus on conversion. So, wants to get more traffic, what do you do? CPM or CPC? You want traffic, huh? CPA. Huh? It can't be CPM. CPM is more for branding, okay? This one, you want an action, right? You want someone to come in and do something, okay? So I'll go for CPA for this one, okay? Normally, because I'll go for either CPA or CPC, but I'll go for CPA, okay? Okay, let's do this as a last question, okay? Then we call it a day.
B, 20%.
B, okay, I explained before why sometimes certain days is higher than your daily budget. Okay, this one says 20% more impression, this one says 20% more clicks. The answer actually is in clicks, okay? 20% more clicks, all right? Okay, so you have a rough feel how the Q&A is going to be like, right? How the MCQ. So confident or not? No, then tonight study more. All right. Really, I mean, this is how it's going to be like the questions, okay? So when you go back later on, if you can, go through the online study guides, okay? That actually will help, okay? But other than that, really it's just about tackling each question one by one. Okay, yes?